full name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes. Don David Lusterman, last name Lusterman.
Thank you.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist.
And are you licensed in any state as a psychologist?
I'm licensed in the state of New York.
And what type of practice are you engaged in?
I am a family psychologist. I specialize, among other things, in marriage and family.
And where's your practice located?
Baldwin, New York.
And where in New York is that?
That's on Long Island, about 30 miles from New York City.
And what is your primary work in your practice?
My primary work is treating families and couples.
What kind of education have you had to be engaged in this practice?
I hold a doctorate in clinical psychology, and I have had postgraduate training at Roosevelt Hospital in New York City in their family program.
Are you recognized by any of the boards of psychology?
Yes, the American Board of Professional Psychology. I hold the diplomate in family psychology from the American Board of Professional Psychology. I also hold the diplomates in marriage and family and marriage and sexual therapy from the American Board of Family Psychology.
And what does that mean when you're a diplomate?
That means that my abilities and training have been examined by each of these diplomating boards.
Okay. And are those boards nationwide boards?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And have you had any training in any type of teaching institute?
Yes, I have taught. I taught from 1973 until, no, excuse me, from the 60s until 1980 at Hofstra University.
And have you had training in any other hospitals?
I trained at the Veterans Hospital in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, New York, and in Brooklyn, New York, and at Roosevelt Hospital.
Okay. And have you had any? Are you a fellow in any of the associations?
Yes, I am a fellow in the American Psychological Association, and I am a fellow in the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy.
And what does that mean?
That means that I've been recognized as having made significant contributions to both of those professions.
Okay. And the boards that you've been that you are a member of, do you do anything in regards to researching on articles in those fields?
I am on the board of two journals, the American Journal of Family, the Journal of Family Psychology, and the American Journal of Family Therapy. And in the course of my work for each of these editorial boards, I review articles.
Okay. And have you written articles in those fields?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is that a few, many?
I have a bibliography of somewhat over 2 pages, including chapters in a number of books, a book, and many professional articles.
Okay. Have you been involved in any work in any university in family counseling?
Yes, I established the program in family counseling at Hofstra University in 1973. And when I left that, I left as an adjunct full professor.
Now, have you written any articles in the area of infidelity and its impact on people?
Yes, in May-June issue of the Family Networker, I wrote an article specifically on infidelity called Treating the Crisis of Marital Infidelity.
And is that an area of expertise that you deal with within family counseling?
Yes, it is.
Do you, and in your private practice, is this an area where you have expertise or get referrals from other people or other professionals?
Yes, indeed.
Can you define for us what infidelity is?
Yes. I would say that infidelity is the situation that occurs when one partner continues to believe in a contract of monogamy and fidelity, while the other partner violates that contract.
And what do you mean by the contract of fidelity and monogamy?
Most religions, certainly in the Judeo-Christian tradition, the underlying contract of marriage is that the people will be faithful to one another, respect one another, and hold one another in honor.
Okay. And what do you normally see when people are acting under that contract, under this marital contract?
Under marital contract of fidelity?
Yes.
Yes, I see people who respect and honor one another.
And is there a position of trust that they have with each other?
That's the basis of the contract, is trust.
Okay. Now, does this contract of trust, does it have any ramifications in the area of vulnerability towards either party?
Yes, when you trust someone, the more trusting you become, the more vulnerable you become if that trust is violated. Because the relationship is so based in that understanding of trust. So with that, you leave yourself open.
Okay. And when you have a relationship that comes from marriage and you have an affair or something that interferes with that relationship, does it have an effect on the various parties in the marriage?
Yes. To explain that, I would need to explain a little bit about the terminology that I use when I teach about marriage and family.
Okay, could you go ahead and tell us what those terms are and what they mean?
The terms that I use to describe the people who are directly involved in an infidelity are the infidel, that is to say the person who violates trust, the victim, that is to say the person whose trust is violated, and the affairee, for the person with whom the infidel is having an affair.
Okay. And is this effect on the affair, does it have just the effect on the people in the affair or other people too?
In the book that I'm working on, I describe the impact of infidelity on the immediate three people involved, their families, their parents, their children, friends. Once infidelity becomes known, its impact on family is enormous. In fact, on the whole,
Doctor,
I'm sorry.
the doctor will find further in that area.
Well, sustain. Just another question, Mr. Rimmer.
When you have a relationship where there is an affair or infidelity, is there a difference in how people react when the affair is a secret one rather than an open one?
by definition, an infidelity is a secret affair.
So I take it that when you have an affair that's not secret, it does not have the same effect?
The name that's
Sustained.
Was there a difference in the effects of an affair that's secret or not secret?
when an affair is not secret, the name that most experts use for it is an arrangement. That is, say, an understanding between two people that they will not follow the normal rules of monogamy and fidelity. Where the rules are violated, and there isn't an infidelity as most of us define it, that means by nature that it begins as a secret act, which is sometimes subsequently discovered.
Okay, when you have someone where there's an affair where it's secret infidelity, does that affect the mental condition of the one who you term the victim?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that effect?
There are stages in its effects. The stage that I use to describe the first effect is what is called cold rage. During a period of cold rage, usually the victim has not yet let into her consciousness, or his, if the victim happens to be a male, the fact of what is happening. And so they are getting information that would suggest to most people that something is happening to the quality of the marriage, but they are not tuned to that. During that phase, people may ask them, don't you think something is happening? They may have information that one would expect them to react to, like changes in habit, new schedules on the part of the infidel, frequent lateness, etc. But the fact is, during that period, the victim has still not permitted that into consciousness. During that time, generally speaking, the victim's personality is beginning to change. She's becoming irritable, short. In some way, she is evidencing what is happening, but what she is not letting into her awareness. The second stage is called hot rage. Hot rage comes after the discovery of infidelity. During the hot rage stage, there is an enormous release of all of the angry energy that has been stored during the cold rage phase, where the person has been in denial. So the hot rage phase usually is triggered by the discovery of the infidelity and the reaction to that.
Okay. Are there alternate phases in the cold rage?
Once the cold rage, during the cold rage itself, yes. Sometimes the person may vary between trying very, very hard to satisfy the mate because they don't know what is happening and they feel very insecure, although they have not admitted to themselves or it has not become evident that an affair is going on. Sometimes they're very irritable, very angry, although they don't know why.
Now, does when you see affairs, is there some kind of behavior you usually see that you can see on behalf of the infidel that has an effect on the mental condition of the victim?
Yes.
And what's that?
The infidel must cover his tracks. It's a hidden thing. Because it's a hidden thing, it involves lies. Those lies have to be denied. So the victim who's struggling to come to grips with what is happening and to understand what is happening is being told that nothing is happening.
Okay.
And that is extremely unsettling to the person because they struggle to believe that, even though friends, others may be telling them that they shouldn't be believing it.
And is there any things that you see as to, is there sometimes confrontation between the victims and the infidels about the affair?
We're talking about during the cold rage phase before
Yes.
the actual, yes, frequently. The victim will say, is anything happening? Tell me if something is wrong. What is going on? And the infidel will say, nothing is going on. You don't know what you're talking about. They will deny it.
Okay. Does the effect or the kind of process of somebody telling somebody that they're unsettled or that while they're telling them about denying the affair, does it have different effects depending on whether the person has some traditional marriage beliefs versus somebody who doesn't?
No, it's never, you can lead them overruled. Go ahead.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Okay. Does the effect of this process of telling somebody that they're mentally unsettled or they're crazy, does that have any different effects depending on whether the person has some traditional marriage beliefs versus somebody who doesn't?
Generally speaking, the more intensely committed a person is to the marriage, which at times is a matter of religious background, religious convictions, the more unsettled the person is during this phase as they are seeking confirmation that the contract of monogamy and fidelity is still in effect, being told that it is, but becoming more and more frightened and uncomfortable because they're getting other sensory information that suggests maybe it isn't, but they're still being told that there is no cause for alarm, no cause for worry. It's very unsettling and confusing to the victim.
Okay, when we're talking about traditional marriages, what type of groups are you talking about?
I would say marriages that for example, people who come from a tradition of Orthodox Christianity, Orthodox Judaism, people who are well schooled in a particular religious tradition.
Now this process of vulnerability where the person wants to believe the partner what is going on and is willing to believe them even in the face of other signs, is anything else, do you see other things happening?
The person is pressing away an awareness that something is wrong. She doesn't want to know what is wrong. She is being told that nothing is wrong, but she's nervous. She's edgy because the same person who's telling her that nothing is wrong is also doing things which suggest that something is wrong. So that the denial process is building, and the victim is becoming more and more nervous and more edgy. Later, they will frequently say, now I understand why I was so irritable and so angry and so different than I'm used to being.
Cold rage, is that a very short period of time, a very long period of time normally? Or
It varies, but generally speaking, cold rage goes on from sometime during the course of the infidelity until the direct discovery of the infidelity. Now, there's another issue here as well. Once an infidelity is admitted, frequently there's still back and forth on it. So the person may move back and forth now between cold rage and hot rage, as she either believes what the infidel is telling her when he subsequently denies what he admitted, or accepts it. If she accepts it, if she fully grasps it, she is going to be into hot rage. She's going to be very explosive because it's like a pressure cooker. The longer those feelings are pressed down, the more explosively they're going to come out when they come out.
Okay. Now, you talked about the area that somebody, when there's a denial going on and undermining the person's stability, is there a term that's used in the field as to what that is?
The term that I use is the term gaslighting.
Okay. And what is gaslighting?
Gaslighting, it's based on a movie of many years ago, a movie I think from the late 30s or early 40s, in which a man marries a woman essentially for the purpose of cheating her, hurting her, not through infidelity. She has something that he wants. And he fools her into believing that he loves her and continues to love her.
Excuse me, doctor, but Your Honor, I don't see whether that's anything to do with this doctor's formal expertise.
He's explaining the term gaslighting, but I don't see the relevance of that term based on his explanation so far, Mr. Early.
May I explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason I use the term is it was brought to me by a number of victims who used the term. And so I began to try to understand what it was. And what it really refers to is the impact of the lying on the victim, that the victim continues to believe the lie and thus begins to feel undermined in her very being.
Okay.
That's thus the term gaslighting.
Now, is there a relationship that you find in the length of a marriage and the or the length of this process that you call gaslighting on the victim of the affair?
The longer the denial process goes on, that is to say, the longer the infidelity goes on and is denied, and the victim accepts that denial, the stronger the feelings that are going to erupt when she hits hot rage are going to be.
Okay. Now, how does the victim of the affair, how do they feel towards themselves as this process is going on?
There is an enormous loss of self-esteem. The person really begins to doubt everything about her life. She doubts herself. She can doubt every aspect of her being. She begins to wonder what she's doing that's wrong, even though she is still being told that nothing has happened. But she's getting waves that suggest to her that something is happening. And she searches herself. She becomes really distraught during this period.
Now, when we talk about the lies that the people that you've talked about, the infidel telling, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about,
No objection. I think he's already covered this area. This should be right.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Does anything happen in regards, are these lies that have an effect immediately, or they can have an effect at other times too?
I think that the most dramatic thing is that often the lies are accepted as truths. That's part of the vulnerability. When the person becomes aware that indeed they were lies, she is ready to tear herself apart. She says, how could I have been such a fool? How could I have believed this? And that's the vulnerability, because now the shield that she's had, that the marriage was still going on, is really being ripped apart.
And can these lies have effect, do they have effect just at that time, or can they have an effect at a later time also?
What I find is that there is a long period of review that goes on after the discovery, where the victim now begins to look for every possible bit of evidence to restore her sense of who she is. She's lost a belief in herself, and now she needs to prove to herself that she's okay, that she is seeing things clearly. And so there is often a frenzied search of her partner's possessions or diaries or checkbooks or any sort of data she can get hold of that restores her own sense of what has happened to her.
Okay. Now, as something that a person believed, as a lie comes forward, will it have an effect to them at the time they discovered, even if the lie was told sometime
Oh
earlier?
yeah, absolutely.
And how
It's almost as if it were happening again all over.
So if somebody is told a lie at one point in 2 years,
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
can you explain that in the terms of what happens when someone is told something, a lie, and maybe discover it 2 years later?
Yes. They feel the rage that they felt in the original instance. And they once again say to themselves, how could I have accepted this? What's wrong with me? And of course, there's rage at the person for having perpetrated the lie.
Does the, as you say, this person loses their self-esteem and their anchors,
Objection to counsel testifying.
No, just focus it in, overruled, go ahead.
does this affect the way they deal with other things such as their work, their relationship with their children, family, neighbors?
Yes, they are devastated.
Okay. Does it affect the victim's ability to trust themselves as far as whether they can be a good worker or a good mother?
It is often pervasive. People sometimes cannot work any longer. They go through a period where they miss days of work, where they can't parent effectively.
Now, you say that you talked about this area of hot rage when there's, how does that process work, hot rage?
During the
Ask and answer.
Overruled, you can answer that.
during the period of hot rage, to the degree that the person's beliefs have been shored up falsely by the infidel who keeps on denying that something is happening, to that degree they explode later. And the person will threaten, the person will scream at the other person, will generally act in ways that are not part of that person's normal being. For example, a woman who generally speaking is very quiet and has a good demeanor, is known to have a good demeanor, may suddenly in the office, even though we're now beyond the infidelity and are working on some kind of a return to a relationship, something gets triggered. The man says something that reminds her of something, and sometimes the session will break up wildly towards the end of the session, even though we're working on getting the couple back together, because the person, the infidel, has said something that reminds her.
I think we're not.
Well, sustained. Just ask me another question, Mr. Early. It's non-responsive.
How do you find the victims of these affairs? How do they deal with this rage? So
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled, you can answer that.
They deal with this rage in a variety of ways. Sometimes they directly express the rage to the infidel, to the affairee, talking to friends, parents, children. Sometimes they take it in and become very, very depressed. Sometimes they do both. But they cannot but be affected by what has happened to them.
Is there a time during during this phase where the victim will blame themselves for the problems?
Yes.
And why is that?
They blame themselves because they think, how could they have trusted so much? How could they have been such fools? A word that you often hear from the victim during this phase. Sometimes they even become suicidal and say, I've made such a mess by believing this. I staked my life on this. What life do I have?
Do they,
May I say another word on that?
No
yes,
question.
I'm sorry. It is not
Go ahead, you can ask.
yes, go ahead.
It is not infrequent during that phase for the person to be so seriously depressed that the person is at least referred for the possibility of antidepressant medication. They can't sleep, they can't eat, they pace, they're really beside themselves.
Okay. Now, the feelings that they have about this rage, is this something that people can just turn on and off?
It's been my experience that even for me as an experienced therapist dealing with infidelity, I don't know when it's going to pop up during a session. It can happen with such suddenness and such ferocity.
Is there now? Is there a process where people find that they can where they can deal with the infidelity or this rage, or find some relief from it?
Yes.
And how is that?
If the infidel can approach the victim and express remorse for the way he has lied to the person, and clear admission of what has happened, that's at least the beginning of a process in which you can have some kind of a reintegration. The couple can then either be ready to really think rationally about whether the marriage can go on and get beyond this infidelity, or whether the marriage has to end, but it can end in a healthier way than if there is not admission and remorse on the part of the infidel. In other words, it tends to begin to diminish the hot rage.
Do you find that without this remorsefulness, or this person admitting at least the problems they caused, that there tends to be a lack of release of this rage, or this pressure cooker you talked about?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And why is that?
Because the person feels no requirement, no recompense. They're still really being told somehow that nothing happened. Once the infidel is able to sit down and say, look, yes, I did this, even though things weren't going on and things were going wrong in the marriage, I didn't have to lie and cheat to you. I didn't have to go outside of the contract. I could have told you that I didn't want to stay in the marriage. We could have negotiated a divorce. So there's the beginning of an apology to the victim specific to the lie. It's the lying which really causes the problem.
And without that admission as to causing those problems, does that thwart the effort to be able to get the pressure off the pressure cooker?
Yes, because it leaves the person in this state of rage, leaves the victim in the state of rage.
Is there problems with people who are going through this rage and infidelity when they are brought for help without some admission as to the cause of the rage?
If a person goes to therapy and the therapist is unaware of what has happened, the therapist may make the error of seeing what the patient does as depression or some other form of what's called process mental illness. In other words, an underlying process which has always been there in the person. In fact, what is happening to the person may be reactive to what has happened. In other words, there has been an infidelity. The person is reacting to it, but hasn't yet entered into that phase of hot rage because there hasn't been admission. And therefore, a doctor who's unaware of this can mistake that for pathological jealousy or something else.
Okay. And just very shortly, what is the difference between pathological jealousy and?
Your Honor, this is in violation of
No, that's
the agreement between counsel.
no, that's proper. Go ahead.
The difference between pathological jealousy and a rage reaction is that pathological jealousy means that the patient has a history of unfounded jealousy. An example would be someone who every time they go to a party with their mate have always been known to look every time the person talks to someone else or goes out of the room, etc. That would be an example of pathological and probably unfounded jealousy.
Okay.
Whereas what we're describing here is a reactive situation. The person is frightened and hurt and angry. There's a difference between that and pathological jealousy.
And when someone is brought to, when somebody when we have an affair that's going on and we have this effect on the victim, does it block the process of getting better when they're brought somewhere and told for help it's because they're crazy, rather than dealing with the affair itself?
A person who is reacting to an affair is not by nature necessarily crazy. A person who's reacting to an affair is reacting with hurt, pain, anger to the feeling of being betrayed. So if that person is judged, and it is in the literature, as being pathologically jealous, I think that hurts the person very deeply.
Have you ever heard the word double bind?
Yes, indeed.
And what does that mean?
A double bind is a situation in which no matter what you do, you are wrong.
Okay. And in terms of someone who is suffering from the effects of an affair and is being brought to a doctor because they said they're crazy, they're the one that's crazy, what effect, what does?
It's complicated. If another person tries,
Another objection.
It's the same.
Does going to seek help on the basis that not dealing with the rage or with the infidelity, but dealing with the effects of the infidelity, saying the person is basically crazy, does that block the person's ability to deal with this rage?
yes, because the person is being treated by someone who believes that the rage is
No objection, Your Honor.
Overruled unanimously.
that the rage is pathological. In other words, it's really a misdiagnosis.
The area of infidelity and its effects, is that a new area, a long-established area of psychology, a new area?
It's a fairly recent area.
And why is that?
I think because there was a confusion between infidelity and the impact of infidelity on the victim and jealousy.
I may have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Certainly.
When you have these feelings of despair and rage from the breaking of trust, is this something, and it's not based in pathology that the person is crazy, but it's something that people normally feel. How do they feel about that process normally?
I'm not understanding your question.
Is, in relating it like to a book, is there a feeling that people, or what you can do when people are going through this process. It's not based on pathology, but based on the rage. Do you understand the question
No,
at
I
all?
don't.
Okay. If there is a denial of the infidel's involvement in the person's unsettling, does this interfere with the person's ability to deal with the rage?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is it possible for these people to deal with these feelings apart from the infidel?
It's very, very difficult because until they know for a certainty what has happened, they're in a kind of a search mode. They feel very shattered. Can I describe the patient?
Go ahead.
One patient described the feeling as she began to be in this period between cold rage and discovery. She said it's like a book with a binding, a nice old book. If you kind of open the binding and it breaks, the pages start falling out. And she said that's what her life feels like, that all the pages are falling out. So she feels very scattered, confused, unable to pull herself together. The truth helps to begin that process of healing.
Okay. And when the people are totally separate, let's say they're separate from each other, the infidel and the victim, can the person start dealing with that rage?
It's hard. It's very hard because the person has been married, has believed that a marriage was going on. She's confused. What happened? At least tell me what was going on. I don't understand. Tell me. What went wrong?
Now, does some contact from whatever means between the victim and the infidel, does it keep it so that that pressure cooker remains there if there is no resolution of that or admission?
Objection, asked and answered. Great.
Sustained on the first grounds.
If the will the victim, if there has not been a healing process or admission by the infidel as to this breaking of this trust, is there common to see statements that reflect despair, bitterness, anything such as that?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled. That stands.
Okay, and what kind of things are you talking about?
No objection.
Overruled. You can explain it. Go ahead.
Things I'm talking about are the feeling on the victim's part that her life is falling apart. She doesn't trust herself. She's not sure about her own judgment. And at the same time, she is in rage. So she's torn. She's going both ways. Part of her is saying, I don't know what's wrong with me. Part of her is saying, I am just so angry.
When you have a prior relationship where a person in the relationship has been making all the prior decisions, does that affect how the amount of rage or the feelingness of hopelessness after an untreated affair?
Objection, simply hypothetical.
Well, sustained.
Can the positions of the party in the relationship affect how the person relates or how they deal with an affair, untreated affair?
Yes. To the degree that there's a power disparity, That's say one person has power and the other has less power. And that frequently is the case where there's an infidelity. The victim now feels disempowered in almost every part of her life. She feels threatened. She doesn't know what's going to happen to herself. And that increases the sense of chaos, despair, rage.
Do people sometimes move on from these process?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and what is it usually that brings that on?
Usually, it is some process of healing, at best, between the two people. And usually the preceding necessity is for admission and remorse. And again, I'll specify, remorse about the lying, because the lying has removed from the person the sense of trust in the world as she understands it.
Okay, and is there some time where there is a need for is there some time that this healing process can go on without that? In other words, if the people end up being separated by long distances, there can be a closure in this.
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. If there is still contact between the people of any kind, does that thwart the closure without the admission?
If there's no admission, yes, it thwarts the closure because it keeps on raising the old question and all the old rage.
And can that closure come from other means other than admission?
Objection answered.
Sustained.
Does at any time, do you see that other people sometimes get involved in this process of either the crazy making or the inability to address the affair?
Objection, Betty, and irrelevant is closed.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions.
How long going to be on cross, Mr. Burkhoff? Or less? You folks going to keep going?
I like to keep going.
I hope the jurors get a vote. All right, keep going. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, you've been flown out by the defense from New York to testify in this
Yes.
case for your opinion, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to the defendant in this case?
No, I have not.
At any time?
No.
Did you observe the defendant testify in this case today, yesterday, days before?
I saw a bit on TV last night.
What about in the first trial?
No, absolutely no knowledge.
And your testimony is not based on anything you saw in court, I
No.
take it. Did you review any of the divorce file material?
No, I did not.
You know there was a divorce in this case, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
Did you review the divorce trial transcript?
No,
Did you review the police reports in this case?
no,
Did you review the prosecution's witness interview reports?
no,
Did you review the defense attorney's interview reports?
no,
Did you review any of the audio tapes that have been entered into evidence here or haven't been entered into evidence here?
The only thing is a little snippet that was on that TV program on 2020.
And I assume that has nothing to do with your opinion here?
No, because my opinion is based on the literature. I'm
Okay.
really reporting on my clinical experience, not on this case.
So you talked to nobody that knew the defendant before she killed Dan and Linda Broderick, is that
No.
fair? And you've talked to nobody who knew Dan Broderick or Linda Broderick before they were
No.
killed? So what you're saying has nothing to do with the facts in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because you know nothing about the facts. Would you agree, though, sir, that might be wiser to know something about the facts before you come and give an expert opinion in this case?
No, because I'm testifying about a syndrome, really, the syndrome of infidelity and its effects.
Haven't you testified that the way people react to affairs varies from couple to couple?
Yes, that's correct.
And it would be helpful, wouldn't it not? Wouldn't it to know what happened in this particular case?
I'm testifying about a clinical area.
Oh, I understand that, but would it be helpful to know what happened in this case?
Your Honor, objection.
No.
It's argumentative.
Sustained.
You don't feel it would be helpful, is that fair to say?
I'm testifying on an area of expertise,
But not having nothing to do with the facts in this case, is that correct?
having to do with an expert knowledge of infidelity and its effects upon people.
Totally unrelated to this particular case, is that
Your Honor,
correct?
objection.
It's argumentative. Sustained.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Lusterman, when you talk about the concept of hot rage and cold rage and the pressure cooker, aren't you really saying that when one spouse finds out that the other spouse may be having an affair, that first spouse gets very angry?
I don't think it's nearly that simple.
But do they get angry?
Certainly at that point, they become angry.
Couldn't they also become jealous?
I have not found, and I've interviewed thousands of hours on this, and I've conferred with others. I have not found that jealousy is the primary issue. The primary issue is the feeling of betrayal.
Are you telling us, doctor, that if one spouse suspects the other spouse of having an affair or actually knows of the affair's existence, that first spouse may not be jealous?
I'm saying that what I find is that is not the primary factor, and that's not what you have to address clinically. In fact, addressing it only confuses the matter.
I don't think that's my question, doctor. My question is, can they feel jealousy when they discover an affair on the part of their spouse?
Yeah, jealousy is there, but jealousy is not the primary thing that's happening. What's happening is that they've gone for a long period of time believing in the contract of fidelity.
I think
and
you've answered my question. Thank you. Thank you. Now, would it be correct to state that when one spouse believes the other spouse has been unfaithful and suspects the affair, and then confronts the second spouse about that, and the second spouse says, no, the affair is not happening, denies the affair for one reason or another, that would make the first spouse even angrier, isn't that correct?
It's been my experience that during the time in which the infidel is denying, that generally speaking, that the victim is confused.
Well,
She's
yes.
just not sure. She does not want to believe that indeed an affair is going on.
Okay, but let's say the victim, as you say, finds out that there was an affair and confronts the spouse with the evidence, and the spouse says, no, the affair is not happening. Is that going to make the first spouse even angrier?
Subsequently, frequently during the course of it, the victim is simply confused and doesn't know what to make of it.
Well, yes, but there is a point, though, right? When they find out about the affair, they become very angry. Is that fair to say?
When they find out about the affair,
Okay.
that's the beginning of hot rage.
Okay. And you're telling us that this hot rage can be carried over for a number of years, isn't that
Oh,
correct?
yes,
1, 2, 3, 4 years?
can be carried for a long period of time.
5, 6, 7 years?
Can be carried for a long period of time.
6, 7, 8 years?
Can be carried for a long period of time.
8 years?
Can be carried for a long period of time.
Well, can it be carried for 8 years?
I have treated cases that have never been fully resolved, where well into a second marriage, the second marriage falls apart because the issue in the first marriage was never resolved. Yes,
So your answer to that is yes,
yes.
can be carried for 8 years. And even after the couple is separated, you're telling us, and even remarried, that rage can still be there in the first
If the
spouse.
conditions that I described were never attended to, yes. That is to say, if there was never admission and remorse.
Right. And it's your position that the only way that the spouse can get over the affair, the afflicted spouse, the person that you call the victim, can get over the affair is if the second spouse admits it and is very remorseful. Is that correct?
It is the better way.
Is it the only way?
No,
Okay.
sometimes years of therapy can help a person through that.
Is there a way they can get over the affair without going through years of therapy and without having remorse on the spouse's part?
They have to undergo some remarkable personal experience of reorganization because they really feel shattered. It's a shattering experience.
Anger and rage is something that you treat in your practice, isn't it, doctor?
This is correct.
And do you ever have people in your practice that refuse to come to terms with their anger and rage and don't wish to get rid of it?
I have not had anybody who doesn't wish to get rid of it, but I've had people who have a great deal of trouble getting rid of it.
You've never heard of the notion of cherished anger or cherished rage?
No, I'm not familiar with that notion.
Okay. But it's correct that if somebody doesn't want to put aside their rage, a therapist can't help them. Is that fair to say?
What I teach on the basis of clinical research is that, in fact, if you can help the person be accepted, validated in their rage, rather than attempting to press the rage down, that in that case, they begin to work through the rage. It's the pressing away of the rage which increases the rage. That's the pressure cooker effect that I was talking about. So a therapist who mistakenly attempts to simply stop the rage as if the rage were irrational increases the rage.
But my question, doctor, was if somebody does not want to put aside their rage, you can't make them do that, can you, as a therapist?
It has not been my finding that people in this situation don't want to put aside their rage.
You never
They
had
want closure because they
Okay.
feel so uncomfortable with their rage.
So you've never had a person that doesn't want to hold on to the rage, is that correct?
Only when there was a premorbid history about that. That's the only time that I see that. In other words, by premorbid, let me explain what I mean by premorbid history.
understand. You mean when there's somebody, if they have something else wrong with them in terms of personality?
If they have a long previous history of being that way, then they will continue being that way.
Okay.
But what I find in infidelity is frequently there is no premorbid history.
Well, you-
What goes wrong begins to create this rage, and the person feels the rage is very foreign to them. They want to get rid of it. They don't want the rage.
Doctor, you don't know what there was or was not in Mrs. Broderick's premarital history of
This is correct.
premorbidity, as
Mhm.
you put it. Okay. So what you're saying, you can't address specifically to Mrs. Broderick? can you?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Now, haven't you stated, I don't know if you did it this time, but the last time you testified here, you stated that marital infidelity is a symptom rather than the cause of a deteriorating or bad marriage. Would that be fair
That
to
is
say?
correct.
And it's the pre-existing problems in the marriage that cause the marital infidelity or precipitate them as precipitated it.
No,
as
I think that's
factors.
an oversimplification because they don't necessarily have to precipitate infidelity. What I do find is that those premorbid symptoms, specifically poor problem solving and poor self-disclosure, do precede an infidelity, but they can precede other kinds of marital problems too, not necessarily resulting in an infidelity.
But the problems of the marriage, doctor, are the precipitating factors in an infidelity. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And in fact, that's the way you testified last time,
that is
wasn't it?
correct.
And these problems that pre-existed the affair, that caused the affair, don't necessarily have to be the cause or the fault of the spouse that ends up having the affair. Isn't that fair to say?
No, we're talking about a couple that has poor self-disclosure. They don't know how to talk to each other about what they are feeling and experiencing. And because of that, as problems arise, they find it difficult to talk about problems that arise, and they tend to go underground.
So are you saying, yes, that it doesn't have to be a problem caused by the spouse that ultimately has the affair, that causes the bad marriage and precipitates the affair?
The problem itself is the problem of poor self-disclosure leading to poor problem solving. That doesn't necessarily mean that poor problem solving and poor self-disclosure will result in an affair. An affair is a decision a person makes to conduct an affair. A person could ask for a divorce. A person could say, we need some marital therapy to talk about the problem we're having. A lot of things could happen.
My question to you, though, doctor, is let's say there's a marriage,
Mhm.
and at some point, one of the spouses, spouse A,
Mhm.
has an affair.
Yes.
And we must assume, based on what you're saying, that there must be some problems that exist in that marriage before spouse A goes off and has the affair. Isn't that correct?
There are generally precipitating problems.
Okay. Now, my question to you, though, is,
I have to make one careful statement there. There is a personality disorder called Don Juanism. And a Don Juan
Well,
may not be in that same situation.
Okay.
But if you're talking specifically about marital infidelity as I've defined it, generally speaking, it is preceded by those two things.
okay. And assuming, again, that the spouse A, the one that goes off and has the affair, assuming that there are these precipitating problems, spouse A doesn't have to be the person who caused the problems.
Problems, generally speaking, are between the members of the couple.
So you think it's both the problem of both the spouses in each instance, is that correct?
Generally speaking, as I said, there is poor problem solving and poor self-disclosure, but they don't necessarily have to eventuate in an affair.
It's correct to
That's a
say
decision.
you don't know what the marital situation was with the Brodericks before the affair took place, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know who was responsible for those problems that pre-existed the affair, do you?
I am not familiar with the Broderick case.
So the answer to that is no, you don't know, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that sometimes as you termed it, the victim of the affair may act sort of crazy. I think you said something like that.
The victim of the affair is really in a devastated state when she discovers the lying, the cheating, the complete misrepresentation of what is going on in the marriage. Yes.
Isn't it true that that could be caused by the anger and the hate? Isn't that correct?
What I have found is that it is caused by the devastating feeling that you have gone on believing that whatever else is happening, the marriage contract of monogamy and fidelity is correct, is ongoing, and suddenly discovering that it isn't. And that at that point, the person is devastated and has a whole range of emotions.
Doctor, in your practice, do you try to be non-judgmental when you treat couples that come to you with one or more having engaged in an extramarital affair?
Yes.
And you try to deal with both even-handedly and show compassion and understanding for both the person who has the affair and the person who has not had the affair, is that
Yes.
correct? Do you think calling the spouse that had the affair the infidel or the perpetrator, as you had before, do you think that helps that non-judgmental
Perpetrator is not my term. I mentioned that some people in the literature use the term perpetrator. I prefer the term infidel because it specifically refers to the pain that the infidel directly inflicts on the victim by the act of lying. And I refer to the victim because unless you begin by ratifying that feeling on that person's part, that they indeed have been lied to and that the pain and suffering that they're experiencing is real, I find that you cannot really go on to help people to get better. You have to remember that most of the cases that I see of infidelity result in people coming back together, not splitting up. But it's because I begin by helping the infidel to accept the rage of the victim. And I will say to them, you have to understand.
Okay,
this
Doctor, there's no question pending. Thank you.
Your Honor, he was still explaining his answer.
I think the answer called for a yes or no answer, and
We explained it long enough. Ask him another question.
thank you. So, Doctor, your answer then to my question, it's been a while since I asked it, but the answer to my question is no, you don't believe that's judgmental to call one of the partners in this situation the infidel. That's
No, I think
okay.
it's necessary.
Okay. Now, I remember reading something in the newspaper just recently that somewhere around 50% of all men during the course of their marriage and between 30 and 40% of all women during the course of their marriage have an extramarital affair. Would you say those are fair statistics?
I would refer you to the articles by Fred Humphreys, who's an expert on the demography of infidelity. Those figures clump people who once in their lives have had a brief encounter with another human being all the way up to protracted infidelity, and therefore they are very confusing figures. I don't think they clearly represent. I'm not a demographer, but I've studied Fred's work very carefully. And I would say that that's a misrepresentation, that when you think about protracted, ongoing infidelity, where one person is for a long period of time involved with another during the course of a marriage, that's not a correct figure. It doesn't really describe that, no.
Well, how high do you think it is?
I would say probably At the most, 10, 20%.
10, 20%. So you disagree with those figures?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Excuse me, I wouldn't say I disagree with them. I would say that Fred's figures are the same. Because if you break them down, most of them are not protracted, lengthy infidelity that goes on during the course of a long marriage.
I see. It's safe to say, though, that there are enough people out there having affairs that it keeps you in a fairly steady practice, doesn't it?
This is true.
Okay. How many people have you seen in the last, 10 years that you've been doing this?
Yeah, at least.
How many people have you seen during that time?
Oh, goodness. Hundreds of couples, easily. Thousands of hours of infidelity.
Okay.
Thousands and thousands of hours.
Hundreds of people. Isn't it correct that it's not very uncommon that when one spouse thinks the other spouse is having an affair, and indeed the other spouse is having an affair, the spouse doesn't admit it when they're confronted with it? Isn't that correct to say?
The way I work is that, because that's all I can do. I can only tell you about my cases, sir. I can't tell you about people in general. I haven't treated people in general. I've treated the particular people that you're asking about. I can tell you about them.
But let me rephrase the question then, if you have problems with it. Sir, out of all the couples that you treated, is it true that a lot of them did not come clean, admit, disclose, however you want to put it, the affair when their spouse confronted them with it?
You're talking about protracted infidelity that I have treated. I do everything in my power to get the person who has done that to talk about it, and I am largely successful. I ask the person point blank. I see the person alone. I ask the person, are you indeed involved with this? I strongly request that the person tell the truth, and I will help them to work through it, and it will only be for the good. And most of those people stay in therapy, go on, do talk. Occasionally someone will say, I'm not going to do that, and they leave therapy. But over and over, what I find is that, yes, once people understand that it's the lying that has caused the hurt, particularly if they want the marriage to go on.
I think you maybe answer my question, Doctor. I'm not quite sure. What I would like would be a yes or no answer. Are there a lot of people, when they have an affair, they don't own up to it right away when they get discovered?
I do not treat them. I'm talking about the people that I have treated, and I'm describing what happens in treatment.
And the people you've treated, that's never happened. Is that what you're saying?
The percentage of cases in which a man has refused, once he understands what is at stake in terms of the progress of his relationship with his wife, his children, and so forth, the percentage that refuse to talk about this thing is small.
But isn't it the case that a lot of people who are in affairs don't admit them when they're confronted by their spouses? Or do you feel uncomfortable with that question?
It's, again, if you're asking me what I treat and what happens during treatment, it's a different question. I'm not an expert on what happens all the time. I haven't treated those people.
Well,
I'm not a sociologist of this issue.
Well, Doctor, when couples come to you, you take a history from them, don't you?
Yes, indeed.
And you ask them what's happened in the course of their marriage, right?
Mhm.
And we assume that the affair is out on the table at this point because that's why they're coming to you.
No,
isn't that
not necessarily.
But don't a lot of people come to you who have had the affair exposed, and they come to you to seek some sort of counseling? Isn't that correct?
Some people come already having been through the stage of discovery. Yes.
Okay. And of those people, wouldn't you say that there's a number of them that when their spouse first asked them about the affair, they denied it? Isn't that correct?
Usually there's some period of denial, obviously.
Okay. And that period of denial could go from a short period to a long period. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, but
Okay.
the longer it goes on, the more cold rage you're engendering in the victim.
I betcha. Doctor, in all your practice, but 10 years with couples involving infidelity,
Easily.
hundreds of couples. Some of these couples, the people who were, as you say, the victim of the affair, they were very angry, weren't they?
Absolutely.
They screamed and they yelled and they vented their anger, didn't they?
Often threaten to kill the other person.
Well, tell
Or
me,
themselves.
Or themselves. Well, tell me, Doctor, how many of these people that you treated actually went out and killed the other spouse?
I have not treated anyone who went out and killed the other spouse.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
And you're talking about couples who are in treatment where one side is being honest with the other. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You're not talking about a couple, someone who is saying, your objection, lady, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I take it that depending if the cold rage and this pressure cooking of denying that you're at fault for causing the person's problems, you have to take that into account. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when people come in and deal with the problem as to what they've caused the other person, then you're releasing that pressure cooker.
Yes, trying to.
Thank you. No further questions.
Recross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our evening recess at this time. First of all, on behalf of myself and the lawyers, thank you for agreeing to stay a little longer today. I'd ask that you be extra careful in following the admonition, especially this weekend. It's been my opinion that things such as the answer or the question rather that I struck will be the focal point of the news. I don't want you to be contaminated by anything. Please be extra careful not to read, listen, or watch any news about this trial. Also, remember not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. And in fairness to the members of the press that are present, I understand why they have to write their articles because they write articles that sell newspapers. But please be careful not to read anything about this trial. Have a nice weekend. See you Monday at 9 o'clock.
My name is Katherine DiFrancesca. That's spelled capital D-I, capital F-R-A-N-C-E-S-C-A.
Thank you.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, what is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of California.
And what is your educational background in preparation for your profession?
My graduate training in psychology was at St. Louis University, where I received both a master's degree and a doctorate degree. Prior to that, I had majored in psychology at Newton College of the Sacred Heart in Boston, Massachusetts. Part of my training for my doctorate in psychology and my license involved an internship. I was required to have 3,000 hours of internship.
Okay. And was there any area that you concentrated on in your internship?
My training involved working with and training with children, adolescents, and adults in my internship and in my instruction at St. Louis University.
Okay. And what has been your professional experience?
I have worked as a consultant to schools. I have worked in private practice as a psychologist doing clinical and forensic work. And from 1974 until 1986, I worked for San Diego County Mental Health in the forensic department.
Had you worked as in any institutions where they were dealing with inpatient people?
Yes, I've worked, as part of my training, I worked in a psychiatric institution for institutionalized and severely disturbed children and adolescents. And part of my internship was to see adults who were inpatient at a psychiatric facility.
Your Honor, we will stipulate Dr. DiFrancesca's qualifications here.
Set the stipulation.
Well, Your Honor, I think that we should,
All right, go ahead.
Were you, now you indicated you worked from 1974 in the San Diego County Mental Health. Was there any particular department you worked in?
It was in the forensic department.
Okay. And what was what type of work were you doing in the mental health department?
What we would do would be evaluations on people referred from the court or from the probation department.
Okay. And have you taught or instructed at any institutions?
Yes, I taught a counseling psychology course years ago at Hood College in Maryland. I have taught the psychological testing and the MMPI and other objective testing at the California School of Professional Psychology, which is a graduate school training psychologist in San Diego. And I'm currently being asked to teach next semester there a course in what they call clinical inference, which teaches the students really how to put all the different psychological tests together and write a report. I've also taught for the state department that sets standards and training for probation officers and parole agents. And for them, I have taught various courses, including a class in psychopathology explaining all different types of mental illness and classes in personality disorders.
And do you have memberships in any professional affiliations? And do you hold any offices in those?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Psychological Association, which is our national association. I'm a member of the Society for Personality Assessment. I'm a member of our Academy of San Diego Psychologists, which is our local professional association. And I have been president of the Academy of San Diego Psychologists and have held various positions within that academy.
Okay. And were you at some point in time asked to work on the case of People versus Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, I take it that when you work on a case, you do get paid, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is there a standard rate of pay that you are paid in this case?
Well, my standard rate of pay is $100 per hour. This case at this point is a court referred case. In other words, it will be paid at a court rate, and I will bill at $100 an hour. I'm not sure if they are paying that or a half of that, perhaps $50 an hour. I'm not sure at this point.
Did you review any material in the preparation of testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us the material that you reviewed? Type of material?
Yes, I reviewed the police reports. I reviewed the preliminary hearing transcript. I reviewed the transcript from the last trial. I reviewed the different medical files from County Mental Health, from Claremont Hospital, patient files from Dr. Gerald Nelson. I reviewed
Have you reviewed defense investigation reports?
I reviewed the all of the investigative reports provided to me that were provided. The investigations were done by the defense, and the investigative reports prepared by the prosecution. I reviewed the two marriage encounter books, one that was prepared by Mr. Broderick, one that was prepared by Mrs. Betty Broderick. I reviewed transcripts of the telephone tapes from Mrs. Broderick leaving the tapes on the Mr. Broderick's phone machine. I reviewed, I listened to those tapes. I reviewed psychological testing materials from the different mental health professionals, including from Dr. Nelson's file, from Claremont Hospital, and from work done by Dr. Meredith Friedman.
Okay. Had you had an opportunity to review writings of Mrs. Broderick?
Yes, I reviewed, I read all of the diaries, and I read her story.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to see Elizabeth Broderick at the county jail?
Yes.
And can you tell how many times you've seen her approximately?
Nine times.
Okay, and the times that you've seen her, have that been for varying lengths of time and over various time periods?
Yes, that's true. I estimated that I spent about 12 and a half hours with Mrs. Broderick.
Now, there were, you indicated that that you've seen some tests of Elizabeth Broderick, that were administered to her. Could you give us an idea of which tests those were?
I've seen Dr. Friedman's testing protocol, and Dr. Friedman administered a test called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory 2, Rotter Sentence Completion, a Rorschach, a Shipley Institute of Living Scale, Thematic Apperception Test, projective drawings, and a hand test. I also saw and reviewed Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventories administered by Dr. Nelson and by jail staff at the jail. And I also saw a Milan administered at Claremont Hospital by Dr. Louis Nydorf.
Okay. And the tests that you've seen administered to Elizabeth Broderick, were those all tests that were done at one period of time or over a long period of time? How would you characterize those?
No, they were done at different times over a number of years, I think beginning in 1986.
Okay. And what is and were you also able to review various opinions of mental health people, either interpreting the scores or interpreting their impressions of what they saw of Elizabeth Broderick over a period of time?
Yes, I reviewed the files, including the narratives in the county mental health records, in the jail county mental health records, in the Claremont Hospital records. I reviewed Dr. Nelson's notes. I reviewed notes as well as an investigation interview with Dr. Jacobson, who also saw her. I also forgot to mention, I reviewed a deposition of Dr. Gerald Nelson and trial testimony during the divorce, and I reviewed a deposition of Dr. DeVos.
And I take it that in your reviewing of the transcript from last year, you were able to review testimony of people who testified in the last trial as to her mental condition.
That's right. I reviewed the trial transcript, including Dr. Lusterman's testimony, Dr. Zonkin's testimony, the prosecution psychiatrist, Dr. Goldspan's testimony, and my own testimony.
Okay. And what is the purpose of giving psychological tests?
Psychological tests help in determining a diagnosis, an understanding of the person's functioning over time, and it gives more data than simply just having an interview.
Okay. And is there a purpose in having an interview with somebody when you're making a determination or a diagnosis?
Well, I think an interview is very important, because what you're doing when you're doing a psychological or a psychiatric evaluation is that there are many hypotheses regarding what is wrong with someone, and you're weighing the evidence, and as you have an interview, you are developing hypotheses, and you check those hypotheses out from information that you then develop later in the interview from reading materials and then from also looking at the tests. So that at the start of an evaluation, there are many possibilities regarding what's wrong with somebody. But as you proceed, then some are more confirmed by all of the data, and some have less support in the data.
Okay. Now, in this case, were you able to make a diagnosis that was consistent with her functioning over time?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you do that?
Well, in this case, I was able to be helped by having information regarding Mrs. Broderick's functioning prior to my seeing her, including descriptions of her from people who knew her prior to 1983 when she indicated that the problems began. I had some writings from her from 1976 that was very helpful. And then also I collected a history, got historical information from her, and then historical information from the other reports available to me. Of course, very important were the observations by the trained people, psychiatrists who saw her in the past. And also some of the tests help with giving an understanding of a person's long-term functioning.
Okay. And were you able to make a diagnosis in this case?
Yes, it was.
And how do you make, when we use the term diagnosis, what are we talking about?
Well, when you're talking about a diagnosis, really all you're talking about is a summary statement or a label signifying what's wrong with the person, what the problem is.
Okay. And how is that done in the field of psychology or psychiatry? What's the method that's used?
Well, in terms of diagnosis, you typically give a diagnosis regarding what's wrong with him on two different axes. The second axis, I'll tell you because that's the easiest, are long-term conditions that would be either a personality disorder or a learning disorder. And the idea is that those are chronic conditions that underlay any acute conditions, anything that might be happening right now. So on axis 2, if there is a personality disorder diagnosis, that's where it goes. On axis 1, you diagnose everything else. So if a person is schizophrenic, that would go on axis 1. If their problem was alcohol abuse, that would go on axis 1. If their problem was depression, that would go on axis 1.
Okay. Now on axis 1, was there any diagnosis that you made of Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I diagnosed her as having a depressive disorder and a major depressive episode, and I diagnosed it as recurrent.
Okay. And what is a depressive disorder?
When we say depressive disorder, we're talking about a diagnosis that there is something wrong with affective functioning, emotional functioning. A depressive disorder is more than feeling depressed.
The severity of when it hits me or anything like that, but if I had any idea, I wouldn't mind.
Do you understand that what has been contained in media coverage of this case, either in the past or in the future, is not evidence?
I understand that, yes, ma'am.
Have you read anything at all about this case or heard anything about it on the
How
news?
can you miss it?
Okay. Do you understand that as a juror, you would have to base your decision solely on the evidence presented in court?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes that's easy for people or difficult depending on what information they have available to them or in their own personalities. Do you believe that you as a
Low energy is typically a complaint with people who are depressed, feeling that they just don't have the energy that they did in the past. You will see crying spells. People will become detached from others, spend some time withdrawing from people, but you'll see often a very emotional detachment from people who they were not detached from in the past. Thinking changes. The expectations they have are that negative things are going to happen. And when they interpret a situation, if there is a possibility for a pessimistic interpretation and an optimistic interpretation, they will typically take the pessimistic interpretation. They feed themselves information about how helpless they are and how hopeless. They feel overwhelmed and feel that there's nothing that they can do to solve their problems. Typically, you'll hear people say that they feel like they're in a hole and they can't climb out, or they feel like something is pushing them down, that type of a sense. Really, their whole psychic world and everything they see is colored by this feeling of doom and feeling of depression.
Do you see anything in regards to the person's personal appearance? You frequently see that, and what would you see if you see a major depression?
Well, it's not uncommon for somebody to let their physical appearance go, to not be concerned about how they dress or their hair, and that type of thing, or at least not as concerned. Oftentimes people describe just having difficulty getting dressed, so often they will spend much more time in their pajamas and their robe, stay in bed later, and it's an effort to get dressed every day. It's an effort to fix their hair.
Will there be anything that you see you expect to see weight gain, for instance?
Well, a typical changes are eating disorders, either a loss of weight, some people can't eat at all, or some people eat as a way of trying to make themselves feel better, so that you will see a weight gain.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with self-esteem?
Yes, self-esteem for a depressed person is tremendously affected. You don't like yourself. You look at everybody else and think that they have some answer or some magic that you don't have. Very often what happens with people who are depressed is well-meaning friends will say, snap out of it. There's no reason to feel this way. The world is wonderful. Just walk outside. Look how lucky you are. And then that makes them even feel worse because they can't snap out of it. And because there must be something very wrong with them, or especially wrong with them, that everybody else can feel good and they can't feel good.
Okay. And does it have any impact on a person's either will to live or how they feel about life in general?
Well, of course, depressed people are at a risk for suicide, and most people who do commit suicide are depressed. They often feel like life is not worth living, and that they wish they were dead. Even people who aren't suicidal will say to you, I'm not going to commit suicide, but I sure wouldn't mind it if I ended up dead somehow, that type of thing.
Okay. Now, when you have someone that has major depression, is that something that's so pervasive that every minute of their life they appear to be in a major depressed mode with somebody?
Well, with any diagnosis, there's always a continuum from someone who has the symptoms massively and, for example, needs to be in a hospital, and somebody who has the symptoms but is able to control the symptoms part of the time. So the types of different pictures you will see will be somebody who is able to put themselves together and do well in the morning, but by the afternoon they start dragging, and in the evenings are very difficult for them, and at nighttime and going to bed and being alone are very difficult for them. Or you might get the opposite, the person who takes a long time to be able to propel themselves out the door, so that they function like putting one foot in front of the other, but they are able to get themselves going and in gear by noon. You'll see people who will do well for a little while, and then they will then drop back down into a depression. Typically, with somebody who's suffering from a recurrent depression, you see that they'll propel themselves for a little while, they'll do well, people think that they're doing better, and then again, the depression kind of overtakes them. Usually, when something happens that they interpret as a traumatic, then the depression comes and hits them again.
Now, you indicated people being able to master depression or propel themselves. Were you able to see that in Mrs. Broderick at all?
Well, I think that she does a lot of masking of depression as well as attempting to master it. She does propel herself into activity, and she also puts her feelings almost like into compartments and tries to suppress them and repress them, so that she actively, I think a great deal of the time, fights against her depression. Even with me, when she would start to cry, she would immediately choke that back and make a joke, a flippant comment, usually kind of derogatory comment, and immediately cut off the tears.
Now, when we're talking about, are there different kinds of diagnosis of depression that you can have?
Yes. When you're talking about affective disorders or disorders of emotion, there are many different diagnoses. And what a diagnosis really does is try to lead you in knowing what basically is wrong with the person, so you apply the right treatment. Now, some people have what's called a bipolar affective disorder, where they have bouts of depression, and then they have bouts of what you call mania or hyperactivity, and they flip-flop back between these two extremes. Another name for depression, but less severe than a major depressive disorder, is called a dysthymic disorder. Dysthymic just means depression. And that, when you give somebody that diagnosis, that suggests that they are in a chronically depressed state, but they're still functional. They're still able to go to work. They're still able to take care of their children or whatever. Another diagnosis along that same affective category is a cyclothymic, cycle. And a cyclothymic disorder is someone who bounces back between energy and being manic, hyperactive, and depressed, but the cycles and the symptoms don't seem so extreme as a major depressive disorder or a bipolar affective disorder, but that they're constantly cycling between depression and propelling themselves into activity on the other cycle.
Now, was there any mental health professionals at the beginning of her testing, which you indicated was in 1985, that saw something less than a major depressive disorder and saw, for instance, a cyclothymic disorder?
Well, Dr. Jacobson, who saw Mrs. Broderick, may I refer to my notes in terms of a date when he saw her?
Yes.
Thank you. The first time he saw her was in 1980, before this happened, when she came to him for another reason. But then when he started seeing her and noted that she also had problems was in 1985. And I think that his impression at that time was a cyclothymic disorder, which is the one that I just described, that talks about depression and then cycles of manic behavior.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the masking of depression, and you also talked about the suppression of denial, Were you able to see any of that from the notes of the therapist at the jail where she's being held at Las Colinas?
Well, after the killings, Mrs. Broderick was interviewed by a number of different mental health people who work as a part of county mental health, but they're situated in the jail. And one of the therapists was a social worker, Louise Hines, and she indicated that she thought that there was a great deal of denial and maybe a shock, because she would do things like there would be tears in her eyes. I think she used the word, a glimmer of tears in her eyes, and smiling broadly at the same time. She talked about a painful death from cancer of a dear friend of hers and was smiling as she talked about it. One of the deputies wrote a note to county mental health saying Mrs. Broderick was awake much of the night last night and crying, sometimes crying very hard. And when the social worker confronted her with this, she dismissed it and denied it. So that you get a picture of somebody who is not, that there is a lot of emotion going on there. There is the tearing, there's the crying at night, but not able to deal with it, not able to talk about it, not able to share it with other people.
Okay. Was there, in the notes, was there other mental health professionals there that either saw this state of shock or saw a depressive episodes?
Yes, but may I refer to the notes just for a second to refresh my mind? Thank you. I know that she was eventually seen by a psychiatrist, and I think it was Dr. Robinson, and he was trying to assess her. He was concerned about suicide, and that his evaluation was interrupted by attorney, Mr. Mound, I think at that time, because it was soon after Mrs. Broderick had come into jail, and the attorney felt that she should not be talking to anybody without first talking to an attorney.
Did he talk about some symptom, label?
He described her as having the symptom label indifference, which is a hysterical symptom, and was concerned that she was in, like, I think, a hysterical shock. Later on, she saw a psychiatrist, and when her depression became more obvious in terms of symptoms and her inability to cope, and was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant medication, and eventually did take that antidepressant medication. And I don't remember the psychiatrist's name who prescribed that, but I think it was Dr. Butler in that posted.
And would it be unusual, someone who was in hysterical shock, not even to remember having an interview with that person?
Well, that's very typical of someone who is in shock, that they, especially after a trauma, something terrible happening, that they will have real holes in their memory for right after the incident, so that it will be some things they'll remember and some things they won't remember, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason why they remember what they do and what they don't. But it's not unusual to have someone not even remembering being interviewed.
And were you able to see from the interviews of various people that she would do anything to hide, whether she did do anything to hide her depression from other people?
I'll object and add it to the sidebar.
Eliminate sidebar, objection sustained.
What are the causes of depression?
Well, there are many different factors involved in depression. The typical cause that one considers is loss of a valued object. Sometimes this involves a traumatic injury like or a sickness where you lose a prior state of health. Certainly loss, like a loss of a job, can precipitate a depression. Divorce, death of somebody in the family is likely to precipitate a depression. A loss of a relationship, a loss of a friendship, a loss of material possessions, like people who have lost their house in a hurricane. You'll see that as precipitating a depression. Even if a person's, sometimes we see people who are depressed and there doesn't seem to be a definite loss, but typically when you get to know them and you discuss what's wrong, they will have told themselves or interpreted their world in such a way that they feel a sense of hopelessness and a sense of helplessness because of a loss or something like that.
Does the when you talk about helplessness and hopelessness and or lack of control over negative events, does that have any impact on whether the person is likely to be depressed?
Well, it has impact. A sense of helplessness and a sense of hopelessness has impact not only on whether you're going to be depressed, but on the depth of the depression and how stable it is. So that if you feel that the problem that you are facing is stable over time and that there's nothing that you can do to resolve that problem, then you are at risk for suffering a very severe depression and for it not getting better for a long time, for it being very difficult to resolve. Your sense of lack of power to resolve the issue, so that if something is very global and there's nothing you can do about it, then you're at risk for having a very stable long-term depression. For example, if you're laid off from work and you're laid off because that company is having difficulty, you are at risk for depression, but you're at much greater risk for depression, and the depression is likely to last longer if indeed you do become depressed, if not only that company is having problems, but all the companies with, for example, within that city or within the aerospace industry, and you're an engineer and it doesn't look like you'll be able to get another job. So that it's kind of a global sense of hopelessness that envelops the person and they become powerless.
Does the research show anything about how people estimate the kind of control they have over the events surrounding them, depressed people?
Well, of course, the whole problem with depression is that it's very cyclical, so that once you start thinking like a depressed person thinks, then your estimation of your own sense of power and ability is colored by the mood and the depressed sense that you have, so that typically, and I think the research has shown that people tend to underestimate the amount of control they actually do have, and have tremendously negative expectations about what life is going to be like for them.
And are there other research findings that they find with people that are depressed?
Well, there are many others, but things that
Can you give us some examples of other things related to people who are depressed?
Objection irrelevant.
Well, it's vague, sustained on that ground.
Does depression have any effect, and does the research support how people either select or process this information they're getting?
Objection vague. I think it has an answer.
No. Overruled. You can answer that, Doctor.
well, typically, I think I did say that if there is an array of information out there and they can interpret something many different ways, they will typically interpret it the way that it is least flattering to themselves and least hopeful and most damaging. They
Your Honor, and I would object as to double.
Objections overruled. Continue your answer, Doctor.
Your Honor, I would just at least like a ruling. I thought we were going to have one objection from one attorney.
That's correct. Which one's going to be on the cross? You do the objection, Mr. Burkhoff. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And the other thing is that they typically, it's very common for somebody who's depressed to be very past oriented, to live in the past, think in the past, and function in the past.
Does it affect their ability to perceive time or how they remember time?
Typically, the time sense is distorted.
Okay.
You will see people talking about things that that happened a long time ago as if they just happened, and it's almost as if they've not resolved things, negative things in the past, and so that and don't put things behind them, so that everything is still very salient and important in their life.
Now, if we could talk about Mrs. Broderick's symptoms of depression and the diagnosis. Can you tell us, has there been a consistency of diagnosis as to some depressive disorder?
Yes, there has been a consistency in the diagnosis as to some type of depression that she was suffering.
Okay. And would that be with not only the doctors she's seen, but at the hospitalization she's had and at the county jail?
Objection leading nature.
Overruled. You can leave in that area. Go ahead.
Yes, she was diagnosed as having a bipolar. Let me step back from that. In 1986, I believe it was, she was hospitalized for a short while. She was originally taken to county mental health. This was after she had banged into Mr. Broderick's front door with her vehicle. She was taken to county mental health, and while there, they gave her a diagnosis of adjustment disorder with mixed emotional features, which mixed emotional features means anxiety and depression. They didn't immediately see her as someone who needed to be hospitalized, but they kept her in screening and indicated to her that was because she had made suicidal statements and homicidal statements, and therefore they wanted to make sure that she wasn't a danger. She was then transferred to Claremont Hospital. When she went to Claremont Hospital, now I need to check my notes for a second, if I may.
Yes.
Your Honor, your question has been answered at this point.
No, she's.
As to what the diagnosis was.
Well, the diagnosis changed. When she went to Claremont Hospital, then she received a diagnosis of dysthymic disorder, which I mentioned before. It means depression. She was then tested, given a test called the Milan test. And on the basis of that test, the psychologist who tested her, also interviewed her, gave her a diagnosis of dysthymic disorder, which is depression. Dr. Gary Levinson, who became her treating psychiatrist, I believe started out with a diagnosis of dysthymic disorder and adjustment disorder, and then he changed his diagnosis to a bipolar affective disorder, which in essence says that no, it's more severe than just a dysthymic disorder. It's a major affective disturbance. So that was the diagnosis at Claremont.
And over time, when she saw, for instance, Dr. Nelson, did he diagnose her as having any type of depressive disorder?
At what particular time?
You said over a period of time.
That's what I mean.
You can answer that question, just yes or no.
Yes, he did.
And we've already gone through the county once she was in jail. The test that Dr. Friedman did they also show a depressive disorder?
Yes, the tests that have been done by Dr. Friedman are consistent with a diagnosis that she is suffering from depression. The MMPI that was done, the two MMPIs that were done in the jail are also consistent with an affective diagnosis, a diagnosis of depression. Dr. Gerald Nelson administered an MMPI in his office in 1987, and that was the results of that MMPI are also consistent with a diagnosis of depression.
Did you talk to her about the symptoms normally associated with depressive disorders?
Her meaning
Betty Broderick.
Mrs. Broderick. I talked with her regarding how she was feeling, yes.
Okay, and did she describe what you would expect to see in someone who's suffering from depression?
When I was working with her, yes, to the point that I was concerned, and she talked to me about whether she should take Prozac. She's afraid to take medication. I encouraged her to consider taking the medication and work with the psychiatrist regarding that. She described herself pre-incident also as having crying spells. I think she indicated one time that sometimes she had such difficulty walking around that she would find herself holding herself up from counter as she moved from counter to counter in the kitchen. She used the term, it felt like a horse was standing on my chest, to describe how she was feeling. She did, in essence, described what she was feeling through her diaries also.
Now, the diaries, did you were able to review the diaries?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and was there things in the diaries that showed that she was suffering from depression?
Yes.
And what kind of things would those be?
Just statements of hopelessness and despair, not knowing who to turn to for help, feeling like her life as it was over and she had nothing to look forward to and that type of thing.
Were you able to determine whether there was anything as far as her appearance that was consistent with diagnosis of depression?
It's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
We've talked about factors that can lead to depression. Were you able to see factors in regards to this case, Mrs. Broderick, that contributed to her depression?
Objection asked and answered. An objection to the.
Sustained.
On what ground, Your Honor?
Asked and answered. She enumerated where she saw factors that related to depression.
Okay, you've enumerated the factors. Maybe we can go through them now.
I think she has it. Fine.
Well, wait till I hear the question.
You mentioned the divorce was a factor. In what way was the divorce a factor?
Objection, she's testified to that. Besides, to the extent of it,
Overruled.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar on this?
No, you can answer that, Doctor.
Well, I think that in the sense of the divorce, that Mrs. Broderick, it was a tremendous loss to her. She was losing not only her husband, and it
I'm
was
sorry, excuse me, Doctor. Your Honor, this is all hearsay.
No, overruled. Go ahead.
she was losing her husband. That's a frequent precursor to depression. She indicated, and you get a sense of how much the loss would mean to her when you read her marriage encounter statements of 1976, where she talks about.
Stand objection.
This is irrelevant now. Sustained. There's no
Hold
question
on.
pending, Doctor.
Did her relationship with her husband play a part in how she responded to the divorce and her depression?
Objection, I think it's beyond the scope of the inquiry here generally, and it calls for hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer that. Yes or no, Doctor?
Yes.
And how was that?
Stand objection.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Well, in terms of what was happening from Mrs. Broderick's perspective, she was in a very powerless position, and the sense of powerlessness that she felt, I think, is one of the prime factors contributing to her depression.
Did the affair that Mr. Broderick was having, did that affect her affective mood or her depression?
Stand objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
From Mrs. Broderick's perspective, that was a tremendous rejection of her. I think it's important to understand her, part of her personality functioning, to understand what that rejection meant. Mrs. Broderick is the type of person who is very important to please others, especially the people who are important to her. I even refer to her as a people pleaser. That's one of the things that is a problem for her. And the approval of Dan Broderick was always very, very important to her. She sought it, and the believing that he was having an affair was, of course, an extreme rejection and the epitome of his disapproval. That created a sense of real hopelessness in her, in terms of she did not know what to do to correct that problem. She wanted to win him back. She wanted to correct that problem. She wanted to correct herself and make herself more acceptable so that he would love her.
Was there,
Before you ask your next question, does any member of the jury need a break? I was planning to go to the lunch hour, if that's agreeable. For the witness, you're all right?
I'm fine, thank you.
We'd like a break, Your Honor.
Reporter needs a minute.
Your Honor, can we have a break? One of our members.
All right, we'll take a recess for 10 minutes, going to be long? 5 minutes. Take a recess for 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember the admonition.
Dr. Goldsman have a similar opinion that that she was a depressed person whose rage would be turned inward.
Objection, I don't believe that was his time.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Yes, he indicated that as he said a lot of things, but one of his findings was that she was depressed, and he described depression as rage turned inward. And he also talked of it in terms of a significant loss, which causes depression.
Okay. Have you ever heard the term of suicide attempt or suicide gesture?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated depressed people can be suicidal. When we use the term attempt, what are we talking about?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Well, a suicide attempt means that somebody has done something that shows that they are trying to kill themselves or thinking about killing themselves seriously.
Okay. When the fact that somebody is not successful or the attempt would not be one that would necessarily lead to death, does that mean that they don't have suicidal ideation or they don't wish to die?
No, that doesn't mean that at all.
And why is that?
Well, when you have somebody who what they call a suicide gesture and they're suggesting by that they really didn't want to kill themselves, usually what you have is somebody who is ambivalent about dying. There's part of them that wants to die very badly, and there's part of them that wants to live very badly. And so that the suicide gesture is typically thought of as a cry for help. It doesn't mean they're not really suicidal, and it doesn't mean that they're not going to commit suicide in the future, but it means that they probably are ambivalent, and but they feel so bad that they need help and that they are crying out for help.
People who are depressed and have suicide attempts in the past, are they someone at greater risk for suicide?
When you are assessing somebody in terms of risk for suicide, of course, things that are important include whether there have been prior suicide attempts, and included in that would be what somebody might call a gesture, but prior suicide attempts of direct verbal warning, indirect verbal warning, or behavioral warning, suddenly a feeling of well-being, and also hopelessness. A sense of hopelessness is one of the things that you look for suicide risk. You also look for certain diagnostic categories, including any major affective disorder, any depression, and certain personality disorders, including a borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. And you also look for impulsivity.
Is there a time that someone who is in a depressed state is more at risk for suicide, given whether they're on getting a little bit better, feeling worse?
Well, sometimes we're lulled into a false sense of security with somebody who has been suffering a depression, and they start doing a little better. And we think they're okay now, but there's a lot of suicides that happen within that window, within that gap, because what you have happening is somebody who has a little more energy now, and the energy includes the energy to kill themselves. Also, if they start getting a little bit better and then something happens that reverses that, then they're also at risk for suicide, because I think it makes it much more damaging in terms of developing this overall sense of hopelessness that I've talked about.
Now, you talked about the affective disorder being on axis 1, and you told us on axis 2 is personality disorders. What is a personality?
Well, a personality is the way we would be described by other people, our traits, the way we would describe ourselves, that involves our interaction with our world. It's an interplay, really, of our temperament, which is we're born with, and all of the experiences we've had in our life, so that we develop our unique personality. The sense of which is that there are no two people who are exactly the same. We all have our unique personality.
So when we have someone who said that one person is shy and one person is outgoing, that might be a description of their personality?
Yeah, those are personality traits with which we describe one another, and we think about people in terms of some of these traits.
Okay. And what is a personality disorder then?
A personality disorder involves someone whose personality style, the way they are with the world, has ceased to work for them rather than helping them deal with the world, relate with people successfully, and solve problems. It keeps them from doing all of these things. It is maladjustment. It's a non-adjustment to the world.
Okay. And so when we use the example of shyness being a personality, would that be a style? Is that what you mean by style?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Well, shyness can be a style, or it can be a trait that is involved in a personality disorder as well. For example, you might have a person who is shy, but who does the things that they are expected to do in terms of conducting their life, and is able to work, interact with people, meet a woman or a man, go through a courtship, marry, that type of thing. Or you might meet someone whose shyness is so tremendous, it's so debilitating to them that they do not have a normal life. They were withdrawn from people. They're too afraid of rejection, so they don't risk and they don't form relationships. So then you've taken something that could be a style, but now you're talking about it as a disorder.
Now, does it, and when you see a personality turn into a disorder, is there a reason for that?
Well, usually when you give a diagnosis of a personality disorder, you're usually saying by that diagnosis that this is what's been wrong with this person for a long time, at least since adolescence. And in investigating people who have personality disorders, you usually find trauma, things that have happened to them in terms of their upbringing that would be predictive of a personality disorder. Not always do you see a trauma. For example, using the same example that we've been using about shyness, you might have a child who is born with the temperament of being real sensitive. And all children are subjected to a fair amount of rejection in childhood, not being chosen for games, not having their best friend not like them anymore, having a teacher make fun of them, that type of things. Well, some children that would roll off their back, whereas other children who are real sensitive, that might be very traumatic and very injurious, and that person might develop in a way that they were dysfunctional or relatively dysfunctional as an adult.
Okay. Did it appear that at the time that you were looking at Elizabeth Broderick, did she have any type of personality disorder?
Well, I diagnosed her as having a personality disorder, and I had some problem in doing that because what I tried to do was reconcile her functioning right now with also the descriptions that I heard from the investigative reports of the people who have known her for a long time, from the people who testified to what she was like pre-1983, where she is described as functioning fairly well. But by definition, a personality disorder diagnosis suggests that the person would not have been functioning well. But I did, at any rate, diagnose her as having a borderline personality disorder. I also diagnosed her as having a histrionic personality disorder with narcissistic features.
Okay. And when we're talking about a borderline personality disorder, what are we talking about?
The borderline personality disorder suggests that someone did not develop a sufficiently strong, stable identity, self-identity, so that the behaviors that you see and the symptoms that you see is somebody who, number one, is very changeable. They're very unstable. Their thinking changes from time to time. They have what we call label emotions, in that they will go from baseline emotions to irritability, to elation, to depression very quickly, and without it being real clear what sent them from one emotion to another. They will typically go from idealizing a person at one point to devaluing that same person at another point, and the provocation does not seem to match the degree of loss of investment in that person. You will see suicide gestures, impulsive spending, behaviors that have a high likelihood of creating problems for that person themselves. You will see anger outbursts and poor control of anger, a tremendous fear of abandonment. And again, the core problem with these people is that in and of themselves, that they have no sense of purpose, direction, who they are. They're not anchored anywhere. They don't have a sense of identity.
When you're making a diagnosis of a person, first of all, was there a pre-existing diagnosis of a borderline personality disorder?
Objection, Betty.
Oral.
I don't understand your question.
Before you saw her, was there any literature or any test to show that she had any type of personality disorder?
Okay. It does not appear, from what I could see, in pre-1983, that she would have been easily diagnosed as having a borderline personality disorder. And my way of dealing with that was to try to understand her relationship with her family, her relationship with Dan Broderick, and to see whether something was being provided to her in terms of identity that she didn't have on her own. And I drew conclusions regarding that.
And what conclusions did you draw?
Well, it appeared to me, and I feel that Mrs. Broderick's identity was not well developed. She said to me that she came from a family, a very strict family, and there was not a lot of independent action that was sanctioned.
I'm sorry, Doctor. You're not allowed to impose an objection this time based on our earlier trial motion.
Sustained.
Your Honor, maybe we approached the bench. I'm not aware of what the earlier trial motion is.
Sure, tell me.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you about the diagnosis of other mental health professionals of Mrs. Broderick, which would be 1985 and forward. Okay. Was there any diagnosis by those people as to any personality disorder?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't remember that there was.
Okay. Was there at Claremont Hospital,
Yes.
was there a diagnosis of a personality disorder?
Yes, there was. She was diagnosed as having a borderline personality disorder.
Okay. And Claremont Hospital was a 1986 incident that was from the bumping of the front door.
That's correct.
Now, to have, are there certain behavioral, is there a certain guide that psychologists and psychiatrists use to give a label to an effect to a disorder, such as a borderline personality disorder?
And there is a diagnostic and statistical manual, which is a book that has been developed that describes most of the diagnoses in terms of behaviors. And there is a consensus among the mental health community to try to use that diagnostic manual so that when we are giving a diagnosis, the other people recognize what we're referring to, and if they want to give the same diagnosis, you're talking the same language, so to speak.
When we talk about borderline personality disorder, does DSM-3 list a number of factors, behavioral patterns that under that diagnosis?
Yes, it does.
And is there a certain number of them that you must see to have somebody characterized of having a borderline personality disorder?
Yes. Usually there will be a listing of symptoms, say 7 to 9 symptoms and behaviors, and to meet the criteria for that diagnosis, you will need to have, say, 5 of those symptoms or behaviors.
Okay. Now, does somebody, when we talk about, is the word identity or self-identity a word that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what are we talking about?
A sense of who the person is, and that they have their own purpose and direction, that they are a stable person who has what you would call, or what you might call, an executive function inside that helps them organize their experience and make sense of it, and in light of their own values and in light of their education and in light of their purpose and direction.
Okay. And were you able to make an assessment as to Mrs. Broderick's self-identity?
I felt that it was poorly developed and that there were significant problems with self-identity.
And what was the reason for that?
Well, it appeared to me that Mrs. Broderick had not developed her own sense of direction and purpose and sense of who she was. She saw herself and perceived herself as an extension of Dan Broderick, and was like a right arm. And so his identity became her identity. They became meshed, and she didn't really have her own identity at the time of their separation.
Okay. Now, was that something that that you obviously got from some of the conversations you had with Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
Were you able to see any supporting data in regards to that?
Well, it was helpful to me to
No
see.
response, Your Honor. Call for this one.
Sustained.
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Objection to any hearsay response.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It was helpful to me to see the marriage encounters, both Mr. Broderick and Mrs. Broderick, which were, of course, 1976, and really see her poorly developed identity and her all her conversation, or most of her conversation and her writing, had to do with Dan Broderick and the family. And when she is asked to define herself and who am I, she wasn't really able to do that, except in light of being a mother and a wife, and that she was a nice person and that she was pretty, but there was no other real identity. And she even talked about it in some of her writings, the fact that she didn't really have her own sense of purpose.
And were you able to see anything in Mr. Broderick's that related to their relationship and her loss of identity in that.
Objection irrelevant and calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench on that? It's not, it's in the evidence.
Objection is.
You can approach the bench. We'll take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you. No form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you at 1:30.
When you went to see Elizabeth Broderick, what was there any purpose other than evaluation of her that you went to see her for?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was asked to work with Mrs. Broderick in therapy because she was judged to not be doing well psychologically, and it was felt that I could help her.
Okay. Now, during the interviews that you had with her, did you go over a fair amount of information with her?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us the way that she would relate information? What was her way of relating information?
Well, that varied somewhat from time to time. At times, she would be really reluctant to talk at all. But when she started, it would be like unpopping a cork. It would just be stream of consciousness that she would talk, and she would be all over the map in terms of jumping from subject to subject and time period to time period.
Okay. Now, did you take notes during these interviews that you had with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you, when you had your notes, was there sometimes that you would be verbatim, sometimes not?
Well, there was never a full session or a full meeting where I would take notes consistently and verbatim. That was impossible to do. I took notes for the most part to give myself information about what she was focusing on. And at the time that I started seeing her also, I did not know the Betty Broderick story. And so part of the reason why I took notes was to just have information for myself.
Okay. And did you, at the various interviews, did you cover various different issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go over with her the day of the homicide itself?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something, how did that come about?
Well, it was nearing the time that the last trial was beginning. She was seeing her attorney more and more. We had talked around it, but we had never talked about it. So I just simply asked her one day to tell me about what happened, about the shooting, the killings.
Okay. And how did that conversation go?
It was typical in the sense that she actually gave a very quick, rapid-paced, her speech was rapid-paced information that was summary information, I think, for the most part. And I took what notes that I could take.
Okay. Now, when you're taking notes, are your notes at the exact time she's saying the word, or how would you describe them?
No, in this case with Mrs. Broderick, I did not interrupt her, and I tried to keep up, but I was maybe 3, 4, sometimes even more sentences behind her, and sometimes I would just leave out whole sentences, several sentences and paragraphs, and catch up to her next point, and then just keep writing. I just wrote what I could get down.
Okay. And did you, when you did have something that was exact quotes, would you do anything about that?
Well, when I catch a phrase that is what I think is an exact quote, I will put it in quote marks. Yes.
Okay. Now, when she went through the incident within Daniel Broderick's bedroom, the writings that you have are those word for word writings as to, in other words, are they her exact words? Are they your words?
No, it's not vague. Overruled.
Some of it might be her words and some of it might be my words recalling what she said. I tried to get down her words where I could, but I couldn't always. That was oftentimes far behind her speech is very rapid paced.
Okay. Now, did you spend much more detail going through her psychological well-being or psychological self in other areas other than just that one day?
Yes. I think that to clarify what I said was,
Objection, non-response.
That's sustained.
When you indicate that you want to clarify, are you talking about this, about the note-taking itself?
yes,
And what did you want to clarify about that?
that I did not question her or stop her or ask her to repeat anything, which I would be doing if I were doing an evaluation for a specific person. Then I stop a person and I say, you're going too fast, and let me catch up with you. But I did not do that with Mrs. Broderick because it was therapy. It was not for the purpose of doing an evaluation at that point.
Okay. And was there, when you're doing an evaluation of somebody to make some determination of how they think and how they react to certain situations, are you able to do that from a general assessment of overall assessment of the people and an overall history, or does every person, every doctor have to talk, for instance, about a specific incident?
No, you don't have to talk about a specific incident to do an overall evaluation. No.
Okay. So was there, when you were reviewing the notes of other doctors, for instance, Dr. Goldsman, he did not go into the homicide at all?
No, he did not question her about the homicide.
Okay. The, during the from your conversations, were you able to make any assessment of what control she had in her life?
Objection, improper question. Appeal code.
Sustained.
Well, were you able to make any assessment from talking to her about how she felt about her own identity?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
Sustained. The answer can stand.
Were you able to make an assessment from talking to her about how the marriage affected her identity?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench on this? Did Elizabeth Broderick, you testified as to the quieting of her inner voice and that she had an borderline.
Objection, that's leading. Your Honor, the code, can I get the code out of the report? It says with an expert, you're allowed to go into an area.
Mr. Early, you don't need to get the code for me. Objection sustained.
Your Honor, could we have a bench conference so I can,
Didn't we just discuss this?
about a leading question?
Not leading questions, then the form, the content of the question. You can lead. I'm aware of the fact you can lead in
It's a
certain areas.
foundational question, Your Honor.
Go ahead and finish it then. Let's hear the rest of it.
Judge, excuse me, that's what areas we just talked about. It's obvious.
I think it is too, but I'll give him a chance to finish his question.
You testified about the quieting of the inner voice and
Same objection, and he's missing the others at this point. So that's what that.
Finish your question, Mr. Early.
well, I'll withdraw the question and ask, since there's been no testimony of it, did you make any findings about Elizabeth Broderick and the quieting of her inner voice?
Objection.
Overruled. Answer that.
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Objection, Your Honor, I thought we had.
Sustained. Well, it's just the topic of the sidebar, Mr. Early.
Your Honor, I'm having a hard time when it was sustained, assuming facts, not evidence. May we approach the bench so I can find out what the ruling is?
Sure, come on up.
how she related to Dan Broderick after the split up and the start of the divorce?
Yes, both of her personality disorders, I think, affected how she functioned and how she related after the split up.
And can you explain that, please?
Well, she was exceedingly emotionally dependent on Mr. Broderick. And let me divide it between the borderline personality disorder and the histrionic personality disorder as best I can. She was exceedingly emotionally dependent on Mr. Broderick and had been in the past. This continued through the separation and the divorce proceedings, so that she had a very difficult time establishing and developing a separate identity. She saw him as somebody who was all-powerful, and she had had him on a pedestal in terms of his brilliance. She saw him as somebody who could be ruthless in dealing with other people. She did not have confidence in herself in terms of solving problems. He still had tremendous control over her life on a daily basis in terms of his name. Early in the split up, his name was on the house and on her car and on the insurance. Everything was in his name. She had to get the check. Any support money came from him directly. And early in the breakup, it sometimes be withheld. He had the power to withhold visitation with her children, so that she never really got a chance to break away and start developing her own sense of power, her own sense of identity, her own sense that she could master the environment. Going on to the histrionic personality disorder, she was basically a people pleaser and did things in broad strokes. Since she had no identity of her own, the person who she attempted to model in terms of how to solve problems was her perception of Dan Broderick, so that when she then would try to approach or solve a problem, it was in a bombastic way, which I think is part of it is because she is a dramatic person, and that's part of the histrionic part to her. But part of it is because he was the problem solver in their lives, and she modeled what she thought would be his way of mastering a situation. In her diaries, you see pages.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I think we're becoming, going into a narrative at this point that she's answering the question.
Did she talk about after the split up anything about her anchors or what was her guiding, whether she had a guiding force?
She said that her
That's an answer.
Overall, you can answer that.
She said that her guiding force had always been Dan Broderick. He made the big decisions in their life. He made decisions even with regard to things that are typically, or at least prototypically thought of as women's decisions, like changes in the house. And he was the person who was the strong voice that gave her a sense of identity. She felt that she had disappeared as a person in their marriage, and now she was still looking for something to guide her during this separation and the divorce.
The things that she had felt strong about as far as her identity before the divorce, were those affected in any way after the split up and the divorce?
Objection asked and answered.
Overall, you can answer that.
Her only sense of identity, I won't say only, that's too strong a word. her chief sense of identity was being a mother and a wife to the wife to Dan Broderick and the mother to his children. And this is where she got her source of strength. This is where she got her source of power. This is where she got her reason to live, reason to be.
Okay. Now, is there a such thing as splitting?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a symptom that you very often see in someone who is a borderline personality disorder, and it involves several things. One is seeing things in extremes, and one moment you might see somebody and feel consumed by affection or love for that person, and the next moment, next day, next hour, you might see that same person and be consumed with hate or rage towards that person. And the reason what's happened is that there's no real executive function inside of you that says, wait a minute, how can you love somebody one minute and hate the person the next minute? There's no force or guide inside of you that makes you take in all the evidence and make sense of it and lead you and guide you to then making statements and behaving as if it's balanced.
So would you then expect to see things such as in a diary page where she might?
Objection, lady.
Overruled, you can answer that. Go ahead, finish the question.
Where she might make statements strong statements about how she feels about her family or children
Yeah.
at any given time?
She will contradict herself. In other words, she will make very strong statements in giving one impression at one point, and then equally strong statements giving another impression at another point. And you see that throughout her period of time after 1983.
You mentioned a histrionic personality disorder. Is that something that you diagnosed her having?
Yes.
And what is that?
A histrionic personality disorder is characterized by someone who's, again, has a very poorly developed sense of identity, and their identity is typically in relation to other people. They see themselves in relation to other people. Their chief fear is that they feel inadequate and that they cannot master and solve problems themselves. They need other people to help them master and solve problems. So that you will see someone who is a people pleaser. They will try to get other people to help them and guide them. You will see someone who needs a lot of reassurance and needs a lot of attention. There is a dramatic flair to getting this attention and getting this reassurance. So you will see someone who does things with broad strokes and in a dramatic way. You see emotion that is very changeable and can be very shallow. For example, fleeting from one emotion to another very quickly. You see an impressionistic style of speech. And underlying that impressionistic global style of speech is very impressionistic and global thinking. They will talk more from their feeling than from what they know, and will make overgeneralized statements about things that sound like an exaggeration.
Now, when you use the term broad strokes, they do things in broad strokes. What are you talking about?
Overruled.
Examples in Mrs. Broderick's life about doing things with broad strokes would be the banging into the door of Mr. Broderick with her car. That's a very dramatic way to get attention. And another would be the burning of his clothes when she feels that he is being unfaithful to her. That's a very dramatic type of thing to do.
Okay. And when you say they're very impressionistic with global thinking, what are you?
they're not, people who have this style do not think well in details and facts. They think more in impressions. And an example, I think, from Mrs. Broderick is that she will say, I never got any visitation. Well, when you stop her and you ask her about that, she can tell you about times where she got visitation, but the feeling that she had was that this was the way things were, and she's reacting from her feeling.
So if she's talking about something where she might get a visitation, one visitation a month, she might make a statement, I don't have any visitation.
That's right. It's an overgeneralization.
Okay. And does that reflect how she feels at the time?
That's correct.
Okay.
She is more comfortable. It's more a habit to talk from her feeling states, and that's the habit she's developed.
Okay. Now, again, when we use the term histrionic as a personality disorder, are there people who have a histrionic style to them but don't have a disorder?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of people are those?
Objection unless it relates to the particular defendant.
Well, sustained. Assume the defendant doesn't fall in that category, does she, Doctor?
Well, Your Honor, I think that there's evidence that she did prior to 1983.
All right, then you can answer it. Go ahead.
I'll object to this person testifying about what happened in 1983. She knows.
No, that's fine. Go ahead. You can answer that, Doctor.
That a histrionic person would be somebody who would be fun-loving, kind of a madcap, who would do things impulsively and spontaneously, typically very whimsical in their speech and impulsive in what they will do. Usually they are people pleasers, even as a style, so that there's a sense that they will acquiesce and do what you want to do rather than push what they want to do. Typically very entertaining and dramatic, but and fun-loving. That's the style.
Now, you found this to be a disorder when you interviewed her.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is this also a disorder that you would normally expect to find in early adolescence?
I don't understand the question.
In other words, when something becomes a disorder, it's because it interferes with their.
Objection to counsel testifying.
Well, I'm going to lead in this area. Go ahead, Mr. Irwin.
It's because it interferes with their interpersonal relationships. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. Is that something that you usually find from early adolescence?
If you typically, any personality disorder, you typically see it beginning in adolescence and in early adulthood. Yes.
Okay. Are there things that can cause a style to turn into a disorder?
Objection vague and not particularly focused on it.
Overruled.
Certainly a trauma, a series of traumas can cause somebody to become disordered, and then their personality style becomes enlarged and becomes no longer useful to them. In other words, it's so enlarged that it interferes with their being a problem solver.
In assuming from this case that Elizabeth Broderick in 1983 was 35 years old, you would expect that the years preceding that this disorder would have manifested itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did it appear to you that this disorder was something that manifested itself after 1983?
Yes.
Are there things in the literature where you can find people who have adaptive styles that become maladaptive through trauma, such as hostages or something like that?
Objection vague and assumes facts not evidence.
Overruled. You can answer that. Yes or no?
Yes.
There was, you were aware that Mrs. Broderick had at times was using very strong language. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did that relate, or were you able to relate any of that to what you saw of her psychologically?
Yes.
And how was that?
Well, number one, it was her way of attempting to have power. She was in effect saying, this is the only thing left to me, you're not going to take away my freedom of speech. And so that it was a pathetic but determined way of fighting back and trying to have power and to show that she was not beaten, she was not downtrodden. She tends to be the type of person anyway who does not like to be beaten and who does not like to be downtrodden. She thought that this was a good way to prove that she still had power. It also, I think, reflects very directly on how powerless she actually was and how degraded she was and how she had just lost control in her life.
And how does that do that? Well, how does it relate to the devaluing of her? So, well, you've indicated that it does devalue. Can you please explain how that does that?
Sustained.
Is the use of strong language something that you see, or vulgar language that you see in persons suffering from personality disorder?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, sustained.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Now, when you look at her, Mrs. Broderick's functioning, did you see anything about her that was psychotic or any problems she had?
No, I did not see any symptoms of psychosis in my evaluation or in the history that I was able to obtain.
Okay. Were any of the other doctors, when they were looking at her, for instance, Dr. Nelson, did he feel that she knew, that she was, at least knew what she was doing, was sane?
Dr. Nelson made the statement that she was not psychotic, that she was sane.
Okay, and that when she committed acts, she knows what she's doing in the sense of what sanity is.
That's correct.
And you didn't find any diagnosis that would fit that are insanity diagnoses?
That's correct. No one that I know of who has seen her and has diagnosed her as suffering from what we consider a psychosis or being divorced from reality and having what's considered a thought disorder.
Now, were there times where you were able to see Elizabeth Broderick where she was responding on an upward trend from her mental condition, where people would see her and she would be doing well?
Yes.
And can you give us some examples of that?
In my dealing with her, there were times that she was doing better than in other times. She was not always obviously depressed when I saw her. I also saw that in the materials that I relied upon in terms of what other people testified.
Doctor, I think if we're going into a therapeutic milieu here, it's unrelated to any evaluation. She's in forensic capacity.
Well, sustained.
You reviewed the transcripts of the last trial, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Was there a time in 1989 that in the summer where it appeared that she was doing better than she had been?
Yes.
Okay. And is that inconsistent with your diagnosis?
No, it's not inconsistent.
And why is that?
Because people, a number of things. People will have periods that they are doing better even when they are suffering from a depression. And also, during the summer, she had her children with her, which was one of the big causes of her depression. And she had her children with her so that you would expect that she would be doing better in the summer of 1989.
Prior to the trial in 1989 and 1988 and 89, did she talk to you about whether she was hopeful of getting her children?
Yes.
Yeah, she never all went closer here to say.
Overall, you can answer that just yes or no.
Yes.
And would you expect her, when she's in that position of hope, to be doing better or worse?
Of course, she would do better if she were feeling a sense of hope.
I have no further questions, Ron.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. DiFrancesca. Now, it's correct that you didn't see the defendant until well over a half a year after she killed Annalyn Broderick. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And you had no contact with her whatsoever before that time.
That's correct.
And everything that you're talking about is happening before, what was it, May of 1990 that you saw her? First time?
That's correct.
You're getting this from other sources.
That's correct.
Now, you diagnosed her as having a major depressive episode on axis 1 as an acute problem.
That's right.
And that means that at the time that you saw her, your impression was that she was depressed at that point.
Oh, it means that, but it means more than that.
Well, acute means the here and now, right? The present status of the person that you're evaluating. Is that correct?
No, that's misleading, actually.
Okay. What does it mean?
It means any condition that is not diagnosed on axis 2 is diagnosed on axis 1. So that anything but a personality disorder or a learning disorder would be diagnosed on axis 1. Now, that doesn't mean that it's just short-lived. That means that by definition, that's what we call acute problems.
But okay, to me, acute means now that this is happening presently. Would that be fair to say?
No,
Okay.
that would be misleading.
Okay. The last time you testified, did you diagnose the defendant as having recurrent major depression?
Yes,
You did do that?
yes.
Do you have a transcript of it? Well, that's okay. And she was in jail when you saw her for the first time,
That's correct.
in custody awaiting trial on a double murder charge.
That's correct.
would it be fair to say that that situation itself could cause what you've termed major depression?
It certainly is a stressor, and that contributed to her continuing to be depressed, yes.
Could it, in and of itself, though, cause major depression in a lot of people?
Well, I think it could cause major depression in a person, yes.
And major depression is not all that uncommon, is it, Doctor?
Well, it would depend upon your frame of reference of what you're talking about, all that uncommon. It's not usual in the general population. No, it's not common.
You recognize the DSM-3R, right?
Yes,
We all agree this is the standard, the Bible actually for mental health professionals in terms of a common ground on which to explain mental status, psychological problems, that sort of thing.
no, that's not true.
That's not true?
That's not true.
Isn't this the one document that everybody relies on in explaining somebody's mental situation or psychological situation?
No, the word that I'm taking exception to that you're using is explain. That doesn't really explain anything.
Describe. Would that be better?
What it does is lists symptoms, and as much as possible, making those symptoms behavioral, so that when I'm talking about depression, I'm talking about the same thing that you're talking about when you're talking
I
about
agree.
depression.
And the reason it's so thick, though, is that because there are descriptions of those various mental situations in here. Isn't that correct?
There are descriptions of the symptoms. That's correct.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that be a description of, let's say, a personality disorder that would be described in the DSM-3R?
In other words, I think that it's important to know that if you only know the DSM-3 and you are only trying to diagnose out of that and not out of the vast amount of literature and research that has been done on these different disorders, that you make tremendous mistakes.
But you agree that the DSM-3R contains the as you say, the symptoms for the various mental diagnoses. Is that
That's correct.
accurate? Okay.
Yes.
And isn't it true that in the DSM-3 they say that in there that up to 26% of the adult female population has had a major depression at one time or another?
I think that is accurate, yes.
And in fact, let's say if we take a moment in time right now, according to the DSM-3R here, up to 9.3% of the adult female population is right now majorly depressed.
Say that again.
The DSM-3 says that at any one time, if you take a population of women in America, up to 9.3% of them currently are suffering major depression.
Of one type or another, yes.
Now, you had your colleague Meredith Freeman test for depression, didn't you?
No, I did not have her do that. She did that on her own. Did not have anything to do with me.
You share office space, or you're in some sort of association together?
We share office space.
Does she often do your testing for you?
No, never.
She doesn't?
No.
Okay. So it was just coincidence that she did the testing then?
It wasn't, well, I guess it would be considered coincidence, yes. She did the testing prior to my seeing Mrs. Broderick.
Okay. And that was done on April of 1990.
That's correct.
And also a Milan test was done at that time, right?
That's correct.
Now, the MMPI, the test that you talked about before, showed a certain level of depression, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Approximately 68%, is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Just so we know, we're talking about the same test, Doctor. I'm talking about the test that was done on April 23rd, 1990. Is that the test you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Didn't that show a depression scale of 68%?
No, that's incorrect and very misleading.
Let me show you what that here. We can hopefully straighten you out.
You're showing her Dr. Friedman's test results?
Yes, yeah, for the record, I don't think we need to mark it as a council wants to.
No, I just want Mr. Early to know what you're showing.
Okay,
Yes, I have the same thing I'm looking at.
okay.
That's not a percent.
It's a T-score?
That's a T-score.
Okay. Is that like a percentile?
No, it's not a percentile.
It's just a level or a range?
What that means that it is 2 standard deviations above the mean and on this test, the MMPI-2.
That's not the highest level of depression, is it, doctor?
Well, that the MMPI cannot be used like that. In other words, you can have on this profile that you showed me, you can have a greater spike on scale 2, which is one of the scales that would measure depression. But you then cannot say that this person only has 68% depression, whereas somebody else will have 100%.
No, I'm
depression.
sorry. No, I agree with you. It's not a percentage in that way. If I said percentage, I didn't, you're correct. I'm talking about in terms of a scale. 68% is not the extremely high area of depression when we talk about suicide and people who are incapacitated by depression. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. Anything above this line right here, and you can see that her scale 2 is above that line, is considered significant and important to look at and major, and you certainly would have to ask about problems with suicide ideation when you have a clear depression like that.
Okay. Let me show you John Graham's text on the MMPI too. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And doesn't that say that you've got to be up over 76% or higher to have preoccupation with death or suicide?
No, and that's not what that means at all.
That's what it says, though, isn't it?
No, it says interpretive possibilities. So what this is a summary of things to look for at different ranges of scale 2. And as you can see that it says that anything over 66 is considered high and anything over 76 is considered very high.
Oh, I agree, but
But from that, you would never ever conclude that because their T-score on depression is 68, that you would not be concerned, nor should you question about suicide.
okay. But in terms of this particular scale here, it talks of being preoccupied with death and suicide at a rate of 76 or higher, right?
What he's saying, that you would have the hypothesis that the person was preoccupied with death and suicide if they had a T-score of 76.
And there's no mention of suicide and the range in which the defendant was. Is that correct?
No, he doesn't mention it there.
In fact, you say that the defendant had a high rate of depression. Actually, it was almost down towards the moderate scale, wasn't it?
No, anything over a T-score of 65 is considered high.
Right.
And that's 2 standard deviations above the mean, and that's significant.
Right. But what I'm saying here is that the high goes from 66 to 75, and the defendant was at 68, right?
That's correct.
So that would be the low end of that, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, the MMPI that was taken before the defendant was put into custody was back in 1987, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that showed a depression rate of, I don't want to say percentage now because I get in trouble, but shows a scale of 67%, is that right?
A T-score of 67.
Right. That's not clinically significant, is it?
It is significant. It's not 2 standard deviations above the mean.
Well, according to
Because what you're doing is you're mixing 2 different tests.
I understand that.
Okay.
And they've adjusted the scales from the MMPI-1 to the MMPI-2, haven't they?
That's correct.
But aren't we together on this, that if you have a T-score of under 70 for depression in the MMPI-1, that's not considered clinically significant depression?
No, that again is very misleading. It is still something that you would be looking for and considering as significant, but it doesn't have the same significance that a scale over T-score of 70 would have. That would have even greater significance. It would be more evidence that this person was suffering from a severe depression. But you don't just interpret the T-scores that are over 70. In other words, when you have a secondary elevation like she does,
No, I'm sorry, I think you answered the
do
question.
you understand that? Okay.
You would have to admit, though, the defendant's depression level is significantly lower before she's put into jail on these murder charges. Wasn't that the case,
Not significantly lower now.
according to you?
That's correct.
Okay. And other people might differ with their interpretations. Wouldn't that be fair?
That is fair.
Okay. Now, you said that you paid a fair amount of deference to mental health professionals who had seen the defendant during the times before she killed Betty Broderick. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you remember Dr. DeVos, you, I think, looked over his materials.
Yes.
And Dr. DeVos was seen by the defendant 4 times, sometime in January, or strike that, in July of '89 at the request of the defendant's attorney.
Yes.
And he made no DSM diagnosis, did he? In terms of depression, according to his deposition that was taken in October of '89.
That he did not diagnose her. That's correct. He never made a diagnosis.
In fact, he found her psychologically sound 1 month before the killings in this deposition, didn't he, in October of 1989?
Your Honor, I have to check. That states the evidence group.
I don't have a transcript of the deposition.
Sustained, just rephrase the question, Mr. Burkhoff.
Did you read the deposition of Dr. DeVos?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did he in that deposition say that he found the defendant psychologically sound on page 24?
I don't remember the page, but I remember that he contradicted himself. At one place, he said that she was psychologically sound, and another place, he said that she had emotional problems.
But he didn't diagnose her as clinically depressed, though. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Nelson, he saw the defendant around 20 times between February of 1987 and July of 1989. Do you recall looking at his materials?
Yes,
And this was the defendant's own psychiatrist.
that's
Isn't that
correct.
And didn't he state during the divorce trial, page 715, that the MMPI that he had administered in 1987 showed no evidence of serious psychopathology?
Yes, he did state that.
And he also stated that although the MMPI showed that she might be somewhat depressed, she was still, quote, a high energy person, should be a powerful player. He said that at page 715 in the divorce trial.
Yes.
In fact, he found that the defendant's depression was only in the 50 percentile. It was average.
Well, again, he was speaking about the MMPI that he had administered, the one that you talked about. And he's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. And when I looked at his data, that did not, he misinterpreted the MMPI.
So you think he was wrong?
So he did the same thing that you did in terms of saying this was a percentile.
So you're putting me in the same ballpark with a psychiatrist. I'm flattered. Didn't he also say, though, on that same page, that the defendant was not depressed to the point where she was inactive or in any way disabled by it?
Yes, he did.
And then he also say that the defendant is not mentally ill. She is perfectly rational. She murdered Mr. Broderick as she has threatened to do so. She could never be called incompetent.
Sustained, just form a question instead of just asking, did he say this?
Well, did you read this did you read that particular quote? That must have been of some interest to you, I assume, when you did your analysis.
Yes, I read that.
And let me finish it up.
Objection is hearsay.
Well, no, it's not hearsay. Go ahead. Ask her how she interpreted it, how she explained it.
Well, I'd like to get the rest of the quote out so we know what we're talking about.
Go ahead.
Okay. She could never be called incompetent in terms that she was psychotic or mentally ill. This lady knows what she is doing. She is very bright, very determined to get her share of the assets and to get her way. Did you consider that?
Yes, I considered that.
And in Dr. Nelson's deposition taken a month before the killings, he also made no DSM-3 diagnosis of the defendant being clinically depressed. Is that correct?
I don't remember that. I would need to review that material.
The deposition at page 7.
I don't have the deposition with me. Maybe you can show me yours.
Well,
Because I
maybe-
know he has diagnosed her in his files. And so that surprised me.
Okay, well, maybe we can do that at the break.
All right.
Did you read the letter that the defendant sent to Dr. Dess in September of 1988?
I think so.
Dr. Dess was a court-appointed expert to look at the child custody issue as part of the divorce.
Yes.
And did you consider this particular quote in the defendant's own handwriting? Mr. Broderick did not become what he is because he was married to a whiny weakling of a wife. He knew what I could do for him. He knew I was a better, stronger person than he. Did you consider that?
Certainly, I considered that.
Mrs. Broderick had a lot of interest, didn't she, that she testified to at the divorce trial in January of 1989?
Yes.
She was interested in photography, the stock market, thought about possibly going into law, maybe going back to some sort of educational capacity other than teaching in the classrooms. Is that accurate?
She has a lot of interest, yes.
Now, in the 6 months before she killed Anna Linda, she had the children for extended periods of time, right?
Yes, especially the summer before.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
And she was fairly active. She took a lot of trips. She went to Canada and San Francisco and Acapulco, places like that.
that's correct.
And she went to New York 2 or 3 times, to New Orleans, to Hawaii, to some of these trips with her boyfriend, Brad Wright.
I know that she took some trips with him, yes.
And she was active in buying a new condominium. She was decorating it. She had hired a decorator there, making decisions.
The summer prior to the killing, 1989, you're
Yes.
talking about? Yes,
And she was taking steps to sell her house in Calle de Cielo.
that's correct.
She was attending various public meetings and doing some public speaking.
You mean the Halts meeting?
Yes.
Yes,
And the gender bias hearings, that sort of thing.
yes.
And she actually, back from sometime later in 1985, she had a very close relationship with Brad Wright, didn't she? And that continued up until the time of the killings.
Yeah, that's correct. They had a very close friendship.
In fact, she had successfully run an independent household for 4.5 years prior to the killings.
I don't know that that's true. I think that it would depend upon your definition of successful.
Well, she was able to, she had a house of her own, didn't she?
Yes, she
And she was
lived
able-
by herself alone.
She was able to maintain the household. She didn't have to have, she could live on her own, I take it.
I think that it was not successful. I think that she had a great difficulty. I think that she really struggled during that period of time. And so that I would not use the word successful.
She lived on her own,
She lived on her own.
Okay.
That's correct.
didn't need anybody to take care of her.
That's correct.
And on the weekend of the homicides, she took her boys, she took them shopping, took them to haircuts,
That's
to a
correct.
football game, soccer game,
That's correct.
took pictures, that sort of thing.
Yes,
She went to Mary Dietz on Saturday and talked about her finances.
that's correct.
And that evening, Saturday night, she invited Brad Wright over, cooked him a dinner.
Yes,
And you've heard Mr. Wright, or maybe you haven't, but from reviewing the discovery, you know that Mr. Wright said that they had an uneventful, nothing unusual about it evening that evening,
I know that he said that, yes.
and that he noted nothing unusual about the defendant's demeanor that day or that evening.
I didn't, you would have to show me, I don't remember that, but I remember him saying that it was an uneventful event.
And that the defendant went to sleep at a usual time between 9 and 10 o'clock that night.
Yes,
And that in fact, nothing unusual was noted by Mr. Wright about the defendant for the last 3 or 4 weeks before she shot Dan and Linda. Isn't that correct?
And unusual in terms of what?
Out of the ordinary for the defendant.
In comparison to what?
In comparison to the way she normally was. there was nothing, in other words, out of the ordinary in terms of the way the defendant normally acted. It took place between the 3 or 4 weeks prior to the defendant's killing these 2 people.
Okay, I think that the sense that I got, however, was that he saw her as somebody who did struggle with depression and had struggled with depression for as long as he had known her. And so that the impression that I got, that when he was talking about unusual, he wasn't talking about somebody who didn't have problems.
Well, if he didn't testify that way, he just said there was nothing unusual about her when he testified a few days ago.
Your Honor, I have objections argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Wright testify maybe a week and a half ago?
No, but I read the transcript from the first hearing.
Mhm.
And I guess what I'm referring to is that, he did describe her as having problems with depression, and he indicated that she would try to mask her depression.
But if he testified in this trial that there was nothing unusual about her in the 3 to 4 weeks before the killings, would you consider that in making your opinion here?
I can, if he said that, I can agree that he said that.
Did you know that, did you take this into account that PJ Hathaway saw the defendant the Saturday before she killed these people and said that, in his words, she was happy-go-lucky?
Yes, I read that.
And that when she changed, it was because she was angry about the divorce, that sort of thing?
That's correct. That she appeared happy-go-lucky at one moment and angry at another, as I recall his saying in the first trial.
But he never testified that she appeared depressed.
Not to him, right?
Mr. Burkhoff, might this be a good time to take the afternoon recess?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. This time we'll be in recess until 5 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition. May resume, Mr. Burkhoff.
Dr. DiFrancesca, when you read the discovery, I assume you read the witness interview reports,
Yes, I did.
and that would have been included in that would have been the investigator's report of Brad Wright, generated from the conversation they had with him.
Yes.
Do you remember Brad talking about the?
I have an objection to this.
Sustained.
Now let me show you this and see if you.
Show it to her and have her read it to herself and then ask her a question if you want.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm showing her a 2-page document, investigator's report, William L. Green of Brad Wright, dated February 26, 1990. The witness, look at the last paragraph, the second page. Do you remember?
Wait a minute.
Oh, go ahead. No, I have an objection. It's hearsay.
Well,
It's a basis for.
did she consider it? Ask her that.
I'll wait till she gets done. I think she already testified she did consider it.
Ask her again.
Did
Mr.
you consider
Earl's
that
objecting.
before?
Yes, I did.
And that last paragraph states that Brad described Betty as being very active and having lots of friends. She did not sulk about her problems, did not seem depressed over the summer or in the months preceding November 5th, 1989. Did you
Yes.
consider that?
Yes, I did. But I also considered his statements in the first trial, where he indicated that she was, and I think it sounds to me there like he's alluding to that, where he said that she did not give in to her depression, she would mask it. I don't know if mask was his word, but that's how I interpreted what he was saying, was that she would put her depression aside and carry on and be brave.
That's the way he testified at the first trial?
That's my recollection of what I read of the transcript, yes.
And that would have been well over a half a year after he made this statement to the investigators, is that correct?
Argumentative, sustained.
Well, did you see anything here that says that she was masking her depression?
Just that she did not let her problems, sulk about her problems, which
That she
I
did
think
not
it's
seem
what he said.
depressed?
And then he said she did not seem depressed.
And you think that shows that she's masking?
I don't think that's inconsistent with what I'm talking about with somebody who masks their depression.
Now, you did review the jail records that were generated by the defendant after she was jailed for these killings?
Yes,
And did you review Dr. Robinson's notes on November 6th in that record?
May I refresh my
Certainly.
memory?
Calling particular attention to November 6th, the day after the shootings.
And so it's Dr. Robinson's, not Louise Hines' notes, correct? On that
Well, I'll ask
day?
you about Ms. Hines in a second, but Dr. Robinson, the psychiatrist, that
Yes, I've got them.
he examined the defendant the day after the shootings,
Yes.
and he states that the patient presents seemingly emotionally fresh and physically rested.
Could you show me where you were reading? I found it here.
That's the way he described her.
Yes.
And when you talked about Dr. Robinson just finding some sort of hysterical shock, you don't know whether or not that was his ultimate diagnosis, do you? The label de France that you testified to.
I think if I remember correctly, he did not make an ultimate diagnosis because the interview was interrupted.
Right, but he had the opportunity to observe her for a period of 2 months following that time, just because he was in the same location she was. Would you defer to his, if he came and testified, would you defer to his diagnosis on that, whatever it might be? Since he actually saw her at that time.
And defer to his diagnosis regarding what?
Whether or not the defendant was suffering from hysterical shock.
Yes, I would defer to his and Louise Hines' diagnosis.
Okay.
The people who saw her right now.
In fact, turning to Ms. Hines, a week after the shootings on November 13th, Ms. Hines, does she not talks about that Ms. Broderick appeared cheerful, pleasant, spoke willingly with me
This was what date?
on November 13th?
Yes.
And indeed, it was only about a month after that you see in those jail records that there's any indication of depression. Isn't that correct? A month after the homicides.
No, I don't think that that's correct.
You disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree with that.
Now, you considered the 1986 Milan test that was administered to the defendant when she was placed in a 72-hour hold after ramming her car into Dan's front doors.
Yes, I did consider it.
And turning your attention to page 3 of that Milan. The third paragraph where it states,
Wait a minute, you're ahead of me.
okay,
I have to say that I have real question about reading that narrative as if it is a finding, because it is not a finding. In fact, that's, in my estimation, a very unethical thing to do, to consider it a finding.
it's unethical for me to do.
Well, I think it needs the caveat that comes with it, in order to read it, because it's not a finding. And I think that it can be very misleading, especially if that's not understood.
Well, aren't these computer printouts generated every time there's a Milan administered? Don't they come out as an explanation for what the graphs show?
No, that there is a computer generated narrative that comes if you feed the data in from the Milan, but that narrative are simply hypotheses and things to look for in a person. They are not findings, and they should not be used as a report or as definitive.
Well, I understand that, but it's something that the professionals in the field would look at and consider when they would draw up a psychological profile of the defendant, considering that she had taken this Milan test and it was computer scored and there was a descriptive analysis that came out from it. Wouldn't they consider that?
You certainly would consider it
Okay.
and read it.
That's all I'm asking you.
Mhm.
Doesn't it state that this woman has been typified by social undependability and a tendency to exploitation, capriciousness, and irresponsible behavior, a glib social style, the persistent seeking of excitement and fear? Interpersonal relationships are characteristically shallow or tense, and she appears indifferent to the welfare of others. Praise and approval are actively solicited by immature and histrionic demands for attention. She is easily excited and quickly bored. Although willing to expend effort to achieve something for herself, she is difficult and resistant about carrying out what others ask of her. Intolerance of inactivity and an inability to delay gratification are associated with her impulsiveness, short-sighted hedonism, and her minimal regard for the consequences of her behavior, which may lead to difficulties with the legal authorities. Did you consider that?
Yes, I certainly did.
It's your testimony the defendant was not psychotic, at least at any time when you examined her from May until November of 1990. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you saw nothing in any of the notes of any of the previous mental health professionals that examined the defendant that indicated that she was in any way psychotic. Isn't that also fair to say?
That's correct.
So she was oriented as a time and place and person.
Yes.
She wasn't hearing voices,
No voice.
wasn't seeing things that weren't there,
That's correct.
had no delusions of grandeur or persecution, people out to get her, that sort of thing.
There was no evidence that she was delusional.
And you personally diagnosed the defendant as being borderline
Yes, I did.
and being histrionic
Yes,
and having narcissistic features.
that's correct.
Now, it's correct that the DSM-3R does I don't want to get in trouble, describe or give symptoms for borderline personalities.
That's correct.
And it describes them as following, that it involves interpersonal relationships for the borderline are usually unstable and intense, may be characterized by alternation of the extremes of over-idealization and devaluation. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And that these people often have inappropriately intense anger with frequent displays of temper. Do you agree with that?
yes,
Recurrent suicidal threats, gestures. This behavior may serve to manipulate others.
yes,
Frequently accompanied by narcissistic and histrionic features.
yes,
And indeed, you did find those as well with the defendant, didn't you?
that's correct.
Is it correct to say that borderlines are difficult people to get along with?
Not necessarily.
They can act socially appropriately
Yes, they can.
over long periods of time?
Well, it would, to understand and to be able to answer that, you have to understand that there are degrees also within the diagnosis of a borderline personality disorder, so that it is a continuum, so that you will see characteristics of borderline pathology where a person is not able to function very well at all. And indeed, it's not unusual to have episodes where somebody will need to be hospitalized, and then you will see someone functioning at a better level.
Nobody ever thought that Mrs. Broderick should be hospitalized at any time, did they?
Well, she was hospitalized.
Well, when she ran her car into the door, and then she was actually allowed after a day or so to leave, and she didn't want to leave. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, but they hospitalized her because they were concerned that she was suicidal.
Right.
That was one of the reasons.
And after she had been there for a day or so, they decided she was not suicidal. Is
That's
that correct? And they wanted her to go home, didn't they?
No, they didn't necessarily want her to go home. She would not, the way I interpreted that was that they allowed her to stay. They were glad that she stayed. They didn't want to kick her out, but they did not feel that they had enough to hold her against her will.
Didn't they present her with a discharge form so that she could leave, and she refused to sign it?
Right.
So it was her choice.
It was her choice to stay at that point, yes.
And besides being suicidal, she was admitted because she was homicidal. Is that correct?
They were concerned about that, yes.
And it turned out at least that the suicidal part of it didn't really pose a real threat. Is that at least in their estimation at that time?
I don't know that's true. I mean, they kept her in the hospital for a while and observed her, and I don't know that they felt that she was never suicidal. They certainly decided that after a period of time, she was no longer either a suicide threat or a homicide threat.
You also diagnosed her as being histrionic,
Yes,
and there the DSM-3 talks about histrionics have a pervasive pattern of excessive emotionality and attention seeking,
yes,
and their behavior is overly reactive and intensely expressed. Minor stimuli give rise to emotional excitability. Emotions are often expressed with inappropriate exaggeration. The person may appear much more sad, angry, or delighted than would seem to be warranted. Is that accurate?
that's correct.
They tend to be very self-centered with little or no tolerance for the frustration of delayed gratification. Their actions are directed to obtaining immediate satisfaction. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that tendency is, yes,
They are lively and dramatic and are always drawing attention to themselves.
yes,
And they are prone to exaggeration in their personal relations and interpersonal relations, and often act out the role such as that of the victim.
yes.
Are these also people that may be somewhat, say, difficult people to get along with?
Didn't you miss one?
Well, maybe I did. Tell me what it is if I did.
I'm talking about the speech and being very global and impressionistic.
Yeah, I don't think I got everything here, but
Okay.
if that's part of it too, global and impressionistic?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think that it's also important to note that not everyone who has a diagnosis of a histrionic personality disorder will have every one of those characteristics. And that the level varies from person to person.
It's fair to say, though, that one of the hallmarks of being histrionic is that you tend to exaggerate. Is that correct?
That's true.
And you manipulate.
There can be manipulation. That's not necessarily true.
It's a frequent feature, though, isn't it?
The manipulation is not in the sense of a sociopathic type of manipulation, though. It's in a sense of feeling very powerless and unable to solve problems, and so that you manipulate people to help you to solve problems.
But you're still if we put a lot of people like you on the stand, most of them would say most histrionics manipulate other people through exaggeration. Is that correct?
Well, I think that most mental health people would qualify that to show that it's similar, it's very dissimilar to the type of manipulation that I think you would think of as somebody who uses other people in a sociopathic type of way, like a con artist who manipulates. And it's not that type of manipulation at all. It's needing other people to help a histrionic person to solve problems. And so therefore, you tend to be very acquiescing and people-pleasing so that people will help you. That type of manipulation.
Right, and that's because the histrionic is very self-centered, cares more about himself or herself than they do about other people. Is that correct?
No, that's also a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation. They are self-centered, and the reason why they're self-centered is because their sense of identity is based on relationships and how they are relating to people, so that if they're not getting attention, they're feeling very insecure and empty. So that's the danger of trying to diagnose somebody just from the DSM-3 that I spoke of earlier.
Now, you say that people like antisocials have a different sort of manipulation. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
But the defendant was diagnosed as antisocial at Claremont Hospital, wasn't she?
She had, that was one of the diagnoses that were suggested, was borderline personality disorder.
And also an antisocial personality disorder, isn't that correct?
I'm not sure, and I don't think that was the diagnosis of Dr. Gary Levinson.
Or maybe, well, I'll keep going, but maybe we can find that and show it to you. Now, you also diagnosed her as being narcissistic.
No, having narcissistic features.
Right, features. Other people have diagnosed her as being narcissistic, haven't they?
Dr. Goldspan diagnosed her as narcissistic personality disorder.
And Dr. Goldsman never diagnosed her as having major depression, did he?
He indicated that she had depression. I think he said, of course, she's been depressed and had depression, and indicated that it was rage turned inward.
But he didn't see the depression that you saw. He didn't diagnose her as a DSM-3 diagnosis of major depression, did he?
He didn't give her a DSM-3 diagnosis. He never, in his testimony, talked about Axis 1 or Axis 2 diagnoses. He just described her. From my reading of his transcript, he described her as narcissistic, but he'd never dealt with an Axis 1 diagnosis at all, except that when asked, he agreed that she was depressed.
Right, but he did not say she has a major depression disorder such as you did.
That's correct.
Okay. And as to narcissism here, isn't it true that the DSM-3R says that narcissists have a pattern of grandiosity, hypersensitivity to the evaluation of others, and a lack of empathy?
Yes.
And they tend to exaggerate their accomplishments and talents, and they expect to be noticed as special, even without appropriate achievement, and that they often feel that because of their specialness, their problems are unique.
Yes.
And in their interpersonal relationships, they're invariably disturbed. The relationships are disturbed. There's a lack of empathy and an inability to recognize and experience how others feel. That's common with them.
Yes.
In fact, in your prior testimony in the last trial, didn't you say that the defendant's lack of empathy for others, including her children, was a characteristic of her narcissistic personality trait that you described?
I don't remember saying that.
I think counsel may have a different paginated transcript, so I'm going to show it to him.
So could you repeat your question for me, please?
So isn't it true that the last time you testified, you said that, well, I think that in understanding Mrs. Broderick, you also have to come to grips with the lack of empathy that she showed, and at least in her behavior after the separation. For example, the lack of empathy for her children and failure of empathy is something that is considered a symptom of narcissism. You also see a fair degree of self-focus, which is also a symptom of narcissism. Did you still hold with that diagnosis of the defendant?
That description of
Yes.
having problems with empathy? Yes. At that point in her functioning, very much so.
Another thing under the DSM-3R is that narcissists have a sense of entitlement, an unreasonable expectation of especially favorable treatment. That's usually present, isn't that correct?
Yes. It's often present.
In other words, that means that the people who have narcissistic tendencies are self-centered and they put their needs before the needs of others. Would that be fair to say?
No, I think that that's misleading. I think that a person who has narcissistic tendencies will have tendencies to do one or more of those things as described. A person who has a diagnosis of a narcissistic personality disorder, of course, will have more of a tendency to do that. But the way you've described it as a person with narcissistic tendencies will not necessarily have each one of those features.
But you at least found that in the defendant's behavior, didn't you?
Which?
That she was self-centered and put her needs ahead of those of other people.
I think that sometimes that she did, and sometimes she did the exact opposite of that. So that certainly isn't something that was abiding and that would describe an enduring trait of Elizabeth Broderick.
Also, the DSM-3 talks about interpersonal exploitativeness as a characteristic of them, in which others are taken advantage of in order to achieve one's ends or for self-aggrandizement. Friendships are often made only after the person considers how he or she can profit from them. In romantic relationships, the partner is often treated as an object to be used to bolster the person's self-esteem. Is that also a fair assessment of a narcissist?
I think that is often what you see in a narcissist. Yes.
Now, when you say that one of the symptoms of depression might be suicide attempts, you don't have to be depressed to commit suicide, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, a lot of people make attempts at suicide that are not bona fide, isn't that correct? Called suicidal gestures.
I think I described that this morning when I was testifying, that generally, when you have somebody who has made a suicide gesture, you can't assume that they are not suicidal. And matter of fact, you had better assume that they are suicidal.
But I guess the question I was asking was, don't a lot of people affect an attempt at suicide who aren't genuine in their attempt, that they want to get some attention?
Again, that would not be a suicide gesture, if that's what you're talking about. A suicide gesture means that you're doing something because part of you, it's thinking that you want to die.
It's never used as a manipulative technique.
Well, part of the unconscious and maybe even conscious rationale for some suicide gestures would be as a cry for help. And sometimes a cry for help is what you're asking for is somebody to listen to you and to understand the problems and to pay attention to it. And if that's considered manipulation, then yes, it would be a manipulation.
Well, didn't we just talk about a quote for borderlines, and you diagnosed the defendant as being borderline, where the quote was under the DSM-3, recurrent suicidal threat gestures. This behavior may serve to manipulate others.
Correct. But in the way that I just described, manipulate others.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that when the defendant was put in Las Colinas and seen by Dr. Robinson, that she denied ever being suicidal?
Yeah, I think she did.
And that in 1986, when she was admitted to Claremont, Dr. Levinson said that the suicide potential for the defendant was unlikely, but she could kill herself as a manipulative acting out gesture.
Yes.
Now, you've talked about anger and suicidal threats and a strong reaction to loss. These are all attributes of depression, according to your testimony.
I'm sorry, I missed part of
Anger,
that.
suicidal threats, strong reactions to loss. These are suicide. These are depression characteristics.
Yes,
Aren't they also borderline characteristics as well?
yes.
Who was it that you said you first got involved as a therapist rather than an evaluator of the defendant?
That's correct.
Who was it that got you involved?
Mr. Early?
The defense attorney did?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now, I just want to make sure we're clear on this. You're saying that people, in this case, the defendant was a borderline, she was histrionic and she had narcissistic tendencies, but she only came by these later in life. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that from what I have been able to glean from the people who knew her prior to 1983 and who describe her, you do not see evidence of somebody who was not functioning. You see a very functional person. In reading the marriage encounter, you see a very functioning person, or statements. And so it appears that these characteristics were not there prior to 1983.
So you're talking about, based on what the defendant wrote in that booklet of the marriage encounter, and whatever witnesses were interviewed about the defendant's life before 1983, you don't think she was a personality disorder before that time, was not histrionic or borderline or narcissistic?
What I said was that the manifestations of these personality disorders were not apparent before 1983 through the eyes of the people who knew her, who described her as tremendously well functional. And so that you have to come to grips with that in one way or another.
But then again, you're isolating your opinion to the data that you have. The however many people the defense talked to or wherever the information came from, you're limited in looking at that. You don't really know what happened with the defendant before 1983, do you?
That's correct, but it's a wide range of people, including school teachers that dealt with her regarding her children, friends who described her as very well functioning. At least one trained observer, Dr. Jacobson, who had some interaction with her in 1980 when she went with her daughter Lee to see Dr. Jacobson, also describes her as a very well functioning person.
Did you talk to did you talk to the daughters and talk to them about what went on in the marriage before 1983?
No, but I.
Okay, oh, that's all right. That's all right.
But I certainly read their statements.
Okay, and you saw nothing there to show any lack of function on her part before the marriage or before 1983.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you don't see the problems that would lead to a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder. You certainly see, and I am aware that there were problems and unhappiness much before 1983. And Mrs. Broderick talks about the fact that there was unhappiness in her life and in her marriage before 1983. She talked to me about that.
And she's talked to a lot of other people and said that her marriage was beautiful and wonderful before 1983. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And that would be an inconsistency, wouldn't it?
That is inconsistent. Yeah, but again, I'm sorry.
I think you answered the question.
All right.
You did talk to the defendant about the killings themselves, right?
Yes, as I described earlier.
And the defendant did tell you some of what she did when she went into that room, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
She stated that when I opened the door to this room, to the bedroom, basically, I never saw them. Just opened the door, and I wasn't even in the room. Linda moved, and I shot. Is that what the defendant told you?
As best that I can remember it, yes. Again, recalling, as I testified earlier, that I was not writing it, not able to write it word for word.
And you didn't ask her to stop and write it down more clearly?
That's correct. I did not.
You remember saying, I remember pulling the trigger once?
Do I remember her saying that?
Well, she did say that to you, according to your notes, didn't she?
I don't know. That's not in a quote, but that's what I wrote down is what I felt I heard.
You did write down the words, I remember pulling the trigger once, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you did write down the words, I never saw them, just opened the door, I wasn't even in the room, Linda moved, and I shot. Those are your words exactly, aren't they?
Those are my words, yes.
Okay. And you also wrote down that went in the room to go out the other door, Dan's on the floor, puts his hands up, okay, you got me. You wrote that?
Yes, I wrote that.
Hit him on the hand because I didn't get him. You wrote that?
Yes.
Pulled out the phone. I left the phone at the top of the stairs. Did you write that?
Yes.
And those are your best recollection. That's your best recollection of what the defendant said. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you skipped a line, but a sentence, but
Pulled out the phone. He was just there and the phone was coming at me and I pulled.
right.
Did I skip anything else?
No, I think that's it. In terms of that paragraph.
And that's what the defendant told you.
As I said before, I was writing very quickly. She was talking very quickly. I was sentences behind her. This is my best effort.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect?
Yes.
The, you've worked at the jail before, is that correct?
That's correct. Well, what do you mean by working at the
Well, I
jail?
mean, you've been to the jail and visited people that are there, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And when somebody admits to suicide in jail, they're put naked in a cell, aren't they?
yes.
Okay. And there's a reason why inmates at times may not want to tell somebody what they're feeling if they end up being naked in a cell. Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer that.
I've dealt with many people who have ended up in a rubber room naked because they have said something about suicide, and typically it is something that's avoided. In my experience, it's something that's avoided at all costs because it's such a horrible thing to have happen to you. It's cold, you feel terribly exposed, you're alone, and it is a instant rapport breaker when you tell the jail that you think somebody is suicidal, because they always go into the rubber room.
And when Ms. Broderick was, from jail notes, admitted to the jail, she was put in this rubber room, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
And when Dr. Robinson talked about her being fresh and well rested, that's coming out from very next day from the rubber room, isn't it?
Yes.
I take it that when you have somebody who has a hysterical reaction, you're going to see inappropriate affect.
Yes, you typically see inappropriate affect.
The questions were asked you about the Milan reading score, and there was some quotes that were given, asked you about a district attorney. Is there a caveat that in fact they even give with the score?
With the narrative, yes, they give a caveat
And what does the caveat tell you?
that you should not consider this as a report, and that it is hypotheses, and that it needs to be interpreted by a trained clinician.
So, and it even indicates that you shouldn't even read it to the patient, doesn't it? Or the patient's family, because it can be so misleading.
Yes.
At the time when they score, you get a computer score. Anyone who scores high enough on a scale to be considered borderline, they would get the same printout. Is that correct?
That's correct. In other words, this is not tailored to the person specifically, but it's both an empirical test and a theoretically based test. So if you get a certain score, say on narcissism, then it goes into the computer bank. It's only 175 questions on the test. So it goes into the computer bank, and it gives out different statements regarding narcissism. And no one person will fit every single one of those statements, and none of those statements will fit everybody who scores high on that scale. And that's why it has to be dealt with very carefully, because it can be very misleading.
And when you talked about manipulative, you talked about there's sociopathic manipulation, such as a con man that wants somebody to believe something that's not true. There's that kind of manipulation, isn't there?
That's true.
And then there's a manipulation that we have when we want people to feel a certain way.
Well,
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
there's when you are trying to get attention and have somebody talk to you about problems you are having or how you are feeling, then that's kind of like called a manipulation. It's a cry for help. You're trying to get that person's attention and to get them to really listen.
Now, manipulation is, when you have that term, that's part of, manipulation can be part of a healthy personality too, can it not?
You mean, do healthy people ever use manipulation?
Yeah.
Yes, of course they do.
So for instance, when you send somebody flowers, you may be trying to manipulate their feelings. Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. Can answer that.
Yes,
or no?
that's true. That any one of these characteristics, we all use these different characteristics and all have some of these traits, so that there can be within the normal realm also.
Now, there was some questions asked about how somebody, what you viewed to determine, or what you looked at to determine whether these traits were present before 1983.
Correct.
Okay. And you gave some example of those.
Yes.
Okay. When you looked at the marriage encounters where the people were speaking in private to each other and their feelings and their problems in the marriage, did they do that in the marriage encounters?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in Mr. Broderick's marriage encounter that was talking about the person being, that you would see all these tendencies about someone being just self-centered, not giving, all the things that were read?
Objection, the document speaks for itself.
Vague as to your personality you're talking about, Mr. Are you talking about Mr. Broderick's or Mrs. Broderick's?
Well, first of all, Mr. Broderick's.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
And how about Mrs. Broderick's encounter? Was that somebody who was self-centered, not caring about other people's feelings?
Beyond the scope, number one, and has nothing to do with, she didn't write those words, he did.
Well, she's talking about Mrs. Broderick's now, as I understand the question.
Yes.
Overruled.
Well, no, I mean, her concerns, as she wrote them in the marriage encounter, was for a loving, close family, better communication, mirroring to other people, love and a good marriage, and that they would grow closer, and that they would put wants aside and only talk about the things that they really needed. And they were just very strong values mentioned in there.
And when you talked about the one thing that you wanted materialistically, what was that?
She wanted a sofa so that they could sit together at the end of the day and really be close.
Mr. Early, the doctor has a scheduling problem. This is a good time to.
Yes, because it's going to be about 15 minutes, but I'll be able to finish up fairly quickly tomorrow morning.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, witnesses, like all the rest of us, have scheduling concerns, and when they don't know when they're going to testify and how long they're going to be here. So obviously we want to accommodate them. So for that reason, we're going to be recessing a little bit early today because she has another matter, the doctor has another matter at 4:00, just so you know what's going on. We'll be in recess then now until tomorrow morning at 9:00. Please remember the admonition. See you tomorrow at 9. Rick is present. Dr. DiFrancesca is present on the witness stand. You're still under oath from yesterday, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start, we had a matter come up unexpectedly this morning that I had to take care of before we resumed proceedings. So I apologize to you for the delay. And had I known we were going to be starting late, I would have excused you to a later point in time, but I didn't know about it till I got here this morning. So hope you understand. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
Doctor, there was some questions about the T-score, the 65 T-score, and correlating that to being the 65 percentile. Were you able to
go to the literature to find out how a T-score relates to where a person would be in a percentile?
Objection, which test are we talking about?
Well, vague, just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
Okay. There was a test that was referred to in the T-score of 65. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And whose test was that?
that was a test called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. And the question was whether a T-score of 65 is the same thing as a percentile of 65. And we were talking about her score on the depression scale.
And do they in fact relate T-scores to percentile if you want that information?
Yes,
And what percentile, if we try to relate a T-score 65 to percentile, what percentile are we talking about?
that's the 95th percentile
Okay.
on the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2.
So that means that when we're talking about a scale of 0 to 100, she would fit at 95.
As far as a percentile, that's the 95th percentile.
You mentioned Dr. Nelson, and you some questions about reinterpreting, or you answered reinterpret his test scores. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And why was that done, or what did you mean by that?
Well, Dr. Nelson is a psychiatrist who saw Betty Broderick, and he had a psychologist administer Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, the same MMPI test. And then when Dr. Nelson, the psychiatrist, was then interpreting the results of the MMPI, he was the one that interpreted it as a 65th percentile, and it should have been 65th, T-score of 65, percentile of 95.
Okay. There was some questions asked you about the Milan test. Is there a warning that comes with the Milan test?
A caveat,
Answer, Your Honor.
a warning.
Well, sustained.
Well, could you read that caveat?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
I've had her,
Well,
she's read the caveat?
I think she's read it.
before. She read it in my cross-examination.
I don't recall that. She's read it. She can read it. Go ahead and read it again.
All right.
Just so we're clear, we're talking about a caveat on the MMPI or the
Milan.
Lamont.
She read that at length before the jury.
No, I didn't.
I don't recall her reading it, so go ahead.
Your Honor, in other words, she explained it, she testified.
Well, that's different than reading it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Based on theoretical inferences and probabilistic data from actuarial research, the MCMI-2 report cannot be judged definitive. It must be viewed as only one facet of a comprehensive psychological assessment and should be evaluated in conjunction with additional clinical data. For example, current life circumstances, observed behavior, biographic history, interview responses, and information from other tests. To avoid its misconstrual or misuse, the report should be evaluated by mental health clinicians trained in recognizing the strengths and limitations of psychological test data. Given its limited database and pathologic focus, the report should not be shown to patients or their relatives.
And I take it that there was some indications in the report that after the doctors looked at the person's Mrs. Broderick's current life situation, other factors either changed or upgraded her condition.
Objection, that does not accurately state the records.
Well, overruled. You can answer that.
I think what happened was that the psychiatrist.
Doctor, objection as to the doctor's speculation as to what did or did not happen.
Non-responsive sustained.
Now, there were some questions about Mrs. Broderick's function, how she was functioning. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, they were not questions, they were facts.
Well,
Your Honor, that's for the
Overruled.
jury.
overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
Is depression all pervasive?
Objection, they.
Overruled. You can answer that.
No, depression does not necessarily manifest itself to other people all the time, and a person is at times able to get themselves together, go out and do things, even though they are in a depressed state.
Are there people that you see that are highly functional who can be classified as having major depression, manic depressive?
Certainly, many people who are highly successful have diagnoses of manic depressive disorder, successful people in all walks of life. An example from history is Winston Churchill was diagnosed as having manic depressive disorder.
And are there times that you see that people do things to at least alleviate depression or deal with it so that they can present themselves to other people?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you saw in this case as to something that Elizabeth Broderick would do to help deal with the depression at any time of the day?
Objection, ask and answer as goes to this masking concept.
Overruled, you can answer that.
She did a lot of things to try to snap out of the depression, put herself together. She joined organizations. She would go out shopping, spending money. That's something that frequently people do to try to make themselves feel better. Oftentimes, a friend will say, take a trip, pull yourself together. She did that. She tried taking trips. For example, she went to Tahiti. But what happened was, she said she was, sitting on the beach and feeling worse than she did at home. And so, as often happens, these are just very superficial remedies. They don't solve the problem. They might work for a little while, but then the person plummets back into a depression, which Mrs. Broderick explained to me would happen with her as well.
Was she doing something on a daily habit in the morning or in the evening to?
Mrs. Broderick talked about the way that she dealt with her depression, or at least what helped her get going, was her walks on the beach. She would, in the morning, get up, walk on the beach, get some fresh air. She would feel better, and that would help her be able to face her day better.
There was some questions about, did Mrs. Broderick have talents and interests that you were asked about? Does the fact that she has talents and interests make it so that she would not have any of the disorders you talked about, or depression?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, I think it's very clear that Mrs. Broderick has the raw material to, number one, have a self-identity and have purpose and have direction. She's multi-talented, she's very bright, but she doesn't have self-confidence. She will say, I'm the greatest mother, I'm the greatest this, and I'm the greatest that, but typically people who say that don't really believe it, and Mrs. Broderick doesn't believe it. She is not a passive woman, but she's a very emotionally dependent woman. She spent most of her marriage acquiescing to Dan's Broderick's judgment.
Excuse me, Doc, I'll say, she's gone beyond answering the question.
Does a long-term marriage where you're acquiescing to the other person and quieting the voice, does that make it difficult for people to find their own identity?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
Yes.
And why is that?
Because you have the habit of deferring to someone else. You don't develop a sense of confidence in your own opinions and your own judgment. You develop the habit of having to have everything blessed or acknowledged by the other person, so that you might think this is good and this is important, but unless the other person says you're right, this is good and this is important, you don't really believe it. You spend time trying to convince that other person that what you're doing has merit, and when they do agree with you, then you can feel good about yourself.
There was some questions asked about some statements that Elizabeth Broderick would make as to at one time the marriage being good, at another time saying the marriage was bad. What would be the reasons for that?
Well,
Pure speculation.
You see something similar to that in people just in general. For example, when you have a friendship, and if you talk about that friend, you talk about the good things about the friend. You don't even think about the bad things about the friend. But if that friendship breaks up, then you start thinking about the bad qualities that other person has, and you start talking about them. Under a stressful condition, like a breakup of a partnership or a lawsuit or any type of stressful condition, the whole dynamic becomes exaggerated. So you might not only say bad things about the person and talk about their bad traits, but you might focus on them tremendously. So that what you see that she's doing is not so unusual, but it is exaggerated. It's much more than you see in daily life because of the stress of the situation.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Burkhoff?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Doctor, when you were talking about the defendant going into the observation cell with Mr. Early, remember talking about that?
The observation cell, you mean that where they go for a suicide watch?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that she went in that observation cell sometime late in the evening of the 5th and came out in the morning of the 6th?
Yes, that's true.
And when she came out, she was spoken to by Louise Heinz.
That's correct.
And when Ms. Heinz asked the defendant if she still felt that she might be suicidal, the defendant said the situation is resolved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, this 86 Milan test that you talked about, how we have to be careful in interpreting it, isn't it true that the Milan test in 1986 was interpreted by a trained clinician?
Yes, it was interpreted by Dr. Louis Nydorf and Dr. Gary Levinson.
Right. And they found the test to be valid, didn't they?
What do you mean by valid?
Well, they didn't see anything in terms of malingering or anything that would cause them not to believe the test. Is that correct?
Well, there's no place in any of the notes, in any of the documents that I read that anybody referred to whether the Milan test reflected what they saw. And in fact...
So in other words, Doctor, your answer is they didn't find it valid?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Well,
And in fact, if you'd let me finish...
No, I'm sorry, but
Okay.
I just like you to listen to my question, then you can, if you can't answer yes or no, then just tell me if you
All
don't
right.
feel comfortable. The hospital staff at Claremont did rely on this Milan test, didn't they?
It doesn't state if they relied on it or not. You can draw your own conclusions, but it doesn't state that.
Didn't Dr. Levinson, the psychiatrist that examined the defendant, rely on the Milan test?
I don't know if he did. I'm assuming that he read it and relied on it.
So he did rely on the Milan test, is that correct?
I think he considered it. I'm assuming that he considered it.
And if he thought it was invalid, he wouldn't have relied on it, would he?
Well, that's difficult for me to answer with a
If you
yes or
can't
no.
answer that, then don't answer.
Okay.
Let me show you part of Dr. Levinson's report here at Claremont Hospital. Why don't you read that paragraph there and see whether or not he relied on the Milan test.
Is this Dr. Levinson's?
Yeah, the next
report?
page has the signature.
Okay. Yes, he did rely on it.
Okay. So he didn't see anything wrong with the Milan test, did he?
Well, I don't think you can make that statement.
Okay,
I disagree with that.
okay. And after reviewing the Milan test, didn't Dr. Levinson diagnose the defendant as borderline?
On axis 2, yes.
And didn't he also see a pervasive personality disorder with histrionic, antisocial, and borderline features?
No, I think he's quoting from the Milan when he's talking there. He diagnosed her as a borderline personality disorder.
Doesn't he say the other primary diagnosis noted was a pervasive personality disorder?
That's a direct quote from the test, I believe.
It is?
Yes.
And he didn't disagree with that, I take it.
Well, his diagnosis was on axis 1, a bipolar manic depressive disorder, on
That's how-
axis 2, a borderline personality disorder.
Right, and he didn't disagree with Milan's finding that she was bipolar, that she was, or strike that she was borderline, that she was histrionic, she was antisocial. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That's a misreading of the diagnosis.
Doesn't he say the other primary diagnosis was a pervasive personality disorder, which is seen as a mixed personality disorder with histrionic, antisocial, and borderline features? Doesn't he say that?
Those aren't his words. He's quoting from the test. Obviously, he disagreed with that diagnosis because he didn't give her that diagnosis. He gave her this diagnosis, which is different from that one. So I'm inferring from that he disagreed with that. He gave her a diagnosis, axis 2, borderline personality disorder, period. He gave her a diagnosis, axis 1, bipolar affective disorder. I'm sorry. Bipolar affective disorder, mixed type, hypomanic phase. So his diagnosis is different from what he is quoting from the Milan.
But he still diagnoses her as a borderline, doesn't he?
That's correct.
And you're saying that the Milan did show her to be, have the antisocial, histrionic, and borderline features.
I didn't say that the Milan showed her to be that. I said, I think very clearly, that what you get from the Milan are hypotheses. And some of the hypotheses included somatization disorder, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, antisocial characteristics. Dr. Levinson looked at that and he selected bipolar disorder and borderline disorder.
So you're saying that the Milan does not show anything determinative, it just shows hypotheses.
That's correct, and that's what I read in the caveat.
And that would include Dr. Friedman's testing that you relied on as well. Those would be hypotheses.
That's correct.
And that would also be the MMPI. Those would be hypotheses.
That's correct.
So when you say the defendant has the depression as shown in the testing that was administered by Dr. Friedman and relied upon by yourself, that would be hypotheses as to the testing and what it showed.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, defense counsel talked about manipulation in, I guess, the perspective of the way histrionics and borderlines manipulate. And he talked about sending flowers and how that might be a manipulation. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
His questions. Are we saying that that's the way borderlines and histrionics manipulate? They send people flowers?
I think that is a description of a normal type of manipulation, not a pathological type of manipulation.
And when a borderline or a histrionic manipulates, it's a much more different type of manipulation. Isn't that correct?
Well, when you're talking about manipulation and saying, and this is a symptom of a disorder, you're talking about it in a way that's exaggerated. It's more than normal. So it might involve sending flowers, but it would be, you would be inferring from that there's some pathological process going on.
Pathological meaning that either hurts the person or it could hurt other people. Isn't that correct?
Well, that it's exaggerated from normal, not necessarily that it hurts the person or it hurts others, although it may.
Well, pathological means bad, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't mean bad, it means sick.
Sick. And it also means that it could hurt other people. Isn't that correct?
Well, I think you're taking that out of context.
Okay. Are you saying that borderlines and histrionics don't hurt other people with their manipulation?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. And borderlines don't need to feel powerless, do they, before they get angry?
Say that again?
Well, there was some questioning by the defense attorney about powerlessness, and that I think you agreed to some extent, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that borderlines, when they feel powerless, they get mad. Is that what you testified to, or am I misstating that?
Well, I think that that's an oversimplification.
Okay, so borderlines don't have to feel powerless to get angry, do they?
No, not at all.
In fact, that's one of the hallmarks of the borderline personality, that a very,
Not under objectives, beyond the scope of regret.
it's not,
Overruled.
isn't one of the hallmarks of borderlines that a very small slight, or maybe something that wouldn't even be taken as a slight or an insult by other people, borderlines react with rage, hostility, and inappropriate anger.
That is something that you will see in a borderline personality disorder, that they're very reactive, and the slight or the provocation will not be obviously or objectively that great.
But
So it's-
but the answer to, but I guess my question was, don't borderlines interacting with somebody else, and the other person says something that's innocuous, don't borderlines often just fly off the handle as a result of that?
I would disagree with the word often. It would certainly depend upon the situation and the amount of stress in the person's life and what else is going on. So that if you're working with someone who has a borderline personality disorder.
Is your answer no to that?
No, I just disagreed with your
Disagree with
use
what I
of the word often.
Okay. Isn't that one of the diagnostic criteria, though, for borderline?
Absolutely, absolutely. It was just the way you phrased that I thought was misleading.
Well, they do it enough so that that's one of the, they fly off the handle enough, so that's one of the diagnostic criteria.
That's correct.
Okay. I take it you did read Dr. Nelson's notes?
Yes, I did read Dr. Nelson's notes.
He was the defendant's psychiatrist for a period of years.
I read Dr. Nelson's notes.
He was the defendant's psychiatrist for a period of years.
I don't know if I'd have to refer to my notes to see how long he saw her and what years, but he certainly knew her over a span of years.
Knew her fairly well.
I don't know about that, but he knew her.
Didn't Dr. Nelson see the defendant 20 times between February of 1987 and July of 1989? Would you quarrel with those dates?
No, I think that's what I remember.
Didn't he say that, and did you consider this, that the defendant says that she's so mad at Dan, well, his assessment of the defendant was that she was so mad at Dan that it interferes with the resolution of the issues?
Yes,
And he also says that the defendant projects and blames, sees things in black and white, hates her husband's guts.
yes, good. I see where you're reading so that I can read
Sure.
along with you. Yeah, I don't think I have these notes, but I can read along with this.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did they identify which notes of those, are those Dr. Nelson's notes, copies of?
Dr. Nelson's notes, that's sometime, I'll show the defense counsel.
Show it to him first.
Well, I'm just asking where they're from, that's all. Just
Dr. Nelson.
Okay.
So she did say that she hated the defendant's guts, or Dan's guts, is that correct? According to
That's
Dr. Nelson.
according to Dr. Nelson, yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
And depending on what was going on in either the court hearings or visitation may reflect her feelings. This would be the splitting we talked about Dan at the time.
Objection, it counts for speculation, it's also beyond the scope of a recross.
Well, sustained on the last round.
Beyond the scope of recross?
Yeah. Redirect, she spoke himself. Beyond scope of redirect.
I just, the last question that was asked was about this note here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking, you understand that, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Is
Regarding-
that, would that be an example? Do you know what was going on in Elizabeth Broderick's life or child custody or anything else surrounding that event when she made that statement?
Well, and yes, in terms of the, what had been going on all along, yes,
Okay. But you don't know what specific day that was done?
that's correct. I
Obviously.
don't know that.
Okay. You don't know what might have happened, what phone calls she might have gotten, how she feels?
That's correct.
Okay. And Elizabeth Broderick will talk with, when she makes a statement, it'll be,
Objection, please.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Is that a statement that would be unusual given what your diagnosis and how she looks at her world around her?
No, that's not abnormal.
I have no further questions.
Recross.
None, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank